Hello, intuitive friends, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Lexa Tarot, and I am a second degree Reiki practitioner, as well as an intuitive tarot and oracle reader. And if you are interested in learning more about me, my client testimonials, or my credentials, just take a look down below in the description box, as well as in the chat. And there you will see more links. That being said, intuitive friends, today I am doing a Let's Spill the Tea session. Please note it is not a free session. It is a $10 or $9.99 USD fee. But if you're interested in following or in not following, but if you're interested in having free readings, then all you need to do is subscribe to my channel, turn on your notification bell and all alerts, and then as soon as I get on and do a live stream that is free for my subscribers only, you will be notified. Okay, intuitive friends? All right, intuitive friends, we're going to start shortly. Hello, intuitive friends. Welcome. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, awesome. You guys can hear me. All right, intuitive friends, welcome. This is a Let's Spill the Tea reading where you provide a $10 super chat focusing on the following question. What is possibly going on with, and then you fill in the blank. Now, please know this is not a free reading, and there are no refunds and no follow-up questions. It is a $10 USD super chat only. And the only one question that I'll channel for you is what's possibly going on with fill in the blank. Now, intuitive friends, please remember that these messages are for entertainment purposes only. If you're interested in learning more about me, my client testimonials, my credentials, then take a look down below in the description box. The only one question that I'll be channeling is what is possibly going on with, and then you fill in the blank. Examples, what's possibly going on with me, and you can add the person's either their first name only or their initial only. Another example is what's possibly going on with my career, or what's possibly going on with my love life, or what's possibly going on with my connection. If you are in a connection or if you are in a partnership. Fill in the blank, the initial, so-and-so ghosted me. What's possibly going on with that person that ghosted you? Okay. These are just some examples. So your super chats, when you do fill them out with the question, it has to start with what's possibly going on with, and then you fill in the blank. Okay. Intuitive friends, please read the legal disclaimer. This is a 10-minute reading, and I will call you in the order that you've appeared on the super chat list. The legal disclaimer is as follows. These messages are for entertainment purposes only. Please remember that readings should never replace professional licensed medical, financial, therapeutic, legal advice or professional licensed medical, financial, therapeutic, legal help. My readings are for entertainment purposes only and are not replacements for getting licensed professional medical, financial, therapeutic, legal advice. This is not a free reading. There are no refunds. There are no follow-up questions. It is a $10 USD 10-minute super chat only, one question, which is again, what is possibly going on with? All right, intuitive friends. Hello, Rose Quartz. Welcome, my dear. Welcome. Hello, intuitive friends. Thank you for joining. Please note this is a $10 super chat reading where I will channel messages focusing on what's possibly going on with. We're going to spill some tea tonight. It all depends what question, what you want to fill in the blank in regards to the question, okay? I do have some examples in the chat. And if you just want to stop by and say hi, you're more than welcome to do that. I always love seeing you guys. Hope all is well. We got playing both sides coming out of the deck. All right. Welcome, welcome, intuitive friends. Just a reminder, this is not a free reading. There are no follow-up questions, but it is a $10 super chat reading for 10 minutes of what is possibly going on with, okay? Some examples here are what's possibly going on with me, and just write the person's first name or initials only, okay? What, Ace, 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 no, no, leave it. Another example is what's possibly going on with this could be with my career, with my spiritual journey, with my family, with my best friend, with whomever it is that you want to fill in the blank with, okay? Another example is what's possibly going on with my new connection. If you are in a new connection, you're getting to know someone. Okay, or what's going on possibly here with my new job, or again, just fill out with whatever it is that may be going on. Okay, what's possibly going on with so-and-so who ghosted me. Okay, so if you are in a connection or in a situation where someone ghosted you, then again, that is another possible way for you to write the question, okay? So those are just some examples there. It could also be an area of your life. So for example, what's going on with my love life? What's going on with my career? What's going on? You fill in the blank, okay? So what's possibly going on with and fill in the blank. Okay. Alrighty. All right, I see Rose Quartz. Hi, Rose Quartz. Thank you so much for your super. All right. So, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your generosity, my dear. Let's see what's going on. What's possibly going on with my relationship with Tony? Okay. So, are you guys together? Are you in separation? Okay. Let me know what's going on. That's all I need to know. Like, are you guys still together, or is it are you not together? All right. While I get separation. Okay, yeah, that's all you need to write. Let's see what's going on with that, okay? Rose Quartz. And again, Rose Quartz, thank you so much for your generosity and thank you so much for coming on. And let's see what's going on through this separation. What is possibly going on with Rose Quartz relationship with Tony in regards to their separation, okay? What's going on with Rose Quartz and Tony in regards to their separation? What's going on here? What's going on in this separation between Rose Quartz and Tony? All right, let's see what's going on here. What is possibly going on with Rose Quartz and Tony in the separation? It says, boundless spirits. Your only limits are the ones you put on for yourself. Okay. So if you take a look at this person, they're running straight forward. It's as if this separation is, there's this energy of both of you moving forward in your lives, more like a parallel rather than intersecting. So Tony could be, moving forward with his life, you're moving forward with your life, and that's how this is coming through. Behind that, we have a shining sign. Trust in the universe's plan and follow your heart. So again, I feel two individuals that, although we're together at some point in time, right now at this moment in time, are individually moving on, with their lives. Okay. Now let's see. We're gonna, this is spilling the tea. This is spilling the tea. So we're gonna go deeper. Okay. But this is what's coming through so far. Two people living independently from one another, moving in their paths, in their careers. Okay. Let's see. What is possibly going on here in the separation between Rose Quartz and Tony? Let's see. Honesty. I will be truthful and transparent in all interactions, even when it may be difficult. There seems to be, whether this was when both of you weren't separated, that there was this, like when you guys were together, there's this energy here of just being very honest about, listen, this isn't working out, or listen, I want to go my separate way, or let's go our separate ways. I don't know how that was, whether it was initiated by one person or whether this was a mutual agreement. But there was something, there's something definitely here in regards to the honesty or the transparency here. in conversation. So there's this energy here where it wasn't a surprise. It may not have been spoken, but I'm getting here that it was felt. Someone here, whether it was you or whether it was him, felt that there was something here that wasn't flowing. It wasn't going with the flow. Okay. And so there may have been some possible honest conversations, or there may have been some sharing of feelings here. Okay. So, and yeah, look, I'm sorry. Someone's feelings, or again, if it was one person who decided to do this, okay, and I don't need to know who's who in that, if it wasn't a mutual decision, if it wasn't a mutual decision, there's this sense of, feeling bad, feeling like, wow, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to be honest with you. I'm sorry that this is ending, or I'm sorry that I have to share with you how I truly feel, or tell you that, this isn't feeling like what I expected, or this isn't going in the manner that I expected. Okay. So, whatever decision and whoever, ultimately made the decision, okay, it's coming out in the spilling the tea that it wasn't something like people were happy here. You know what I mean? It was like bittersweet type of energy. All right. Rose quartz, where this could have been like, listen, we need to talk. One person could have been like, I really don't want this to end. The other person could have been like, well, it is ending, because I'm not feeling X, Y, and Z. Okay. We're going to keep going and uncovering even more here. And let's spill this tea. What is possibly going on in this separation? I do feel that what is possibly going on in this separation, as both of you are in your separate, lives, there's a little bit of like, I wonder what so and so is doing. I wonder how so and so is doing. I wonder if they think about me. I wonder if they miss me. And this shining sign is trust that the universe is plan, trust the universe's plan and follow your heart. And it may be a little bit more difficult for one person than the other. Okay, we could see it here, and we could also see it here, where we see one person kind of like moving forward solo and feeling or giving the impression that they are free from something. Okay, whether it's, worry, a situation, or whatever it is. Whereas another person here, and again, it's both of you, right? Because it's what is possibly going on with me and Tony in the separation. Whereas one person, very difficult for them to let go, okay, of what has transpired, the breakup, the separation, okay? Let's go down a little deeper here. Let's spill some more tea. Ooh. All right. This just popped up. It says jealousy issues. And one of the reasons here that could be happening here behind the scenes as we spill the tea is one person may be jealous. Okay. So although there's a separation, breakup, or divorce, okay, there's something going on. There's this energy here of, well, now that we're not together, are you with someone else? Now that we're not together, are you dating around? Are you quickly finding a replacement? Okay. Now, again, it's both your energies, because the question is what's possibly going on with you and Tony during the separation. So either one of you is feeling this way or both of you are feeling this way. But there's this kind of like, what's going on? Okay. For example, and this is just an example that's coming through. If time was an issue, and I'm not saying it is, but I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, if time was an issue and that may be the reason why there was a separation, there may be this kind of like, well, if there wasn't time for me to do X, Y, and Z, is this person now finding the time to do X, Y, and Z with someone else? So it could also be that type of energy here that I'm picking up, where one person is like, yeah, okay, so what you were complaining about with me, are you tolerating it from someone else? Because then that puts into question, well, was it really what the conversation was about? Was the let's break up or I don't want to be with you? Was it really because of the topics and reasons that were discussed, or was it because of something else? Okay. So let's see what else is coming through here. What's possibly going on? Ulterior motives. Someone may be getting close to you with hidden intentions. I feel that there's someone here watching someone from afar. Okay. I know what the card says, but I feel that there's this energy here where one person, maybe both, I don't know, but I feel it's more one, it's more tilting to one person than the other. Who that, on which end, I'll let you decipher. Okay. But I do feel that there's someone here feeling very tied to this connection still. The emotions are very much intertwined in this connection, even if there is a separation, even if there is a breakup, because there's this energy here where, I invested, I gave time, I, I put in so much, or I sacrificed, and it wasn't enough. And so, again, going back to jealousy issues, there could be someone here, or maybe both of you, that it's kind of like, well, if you're not with me, are you with other people? If you're not with me, is there a replacement? And there's this sense of watching, whether it's watching through social media, whether it's trying to figure out signs, whether it's someone literally watching someone from afar. But the wanting to know comes more of like, well, is there someone else? Is there something else? Was the conversation about the breakup, separation, or divorce, was that being transparent or honest? Or was it that someone wanted to really feel single again? Right? So that's the energy that I'm picking up. Let's go deeper. Let's go and use this deck over here. Let's see here. Give me more clarity here on jealousy issue and ulterior motive. I feel there's a sense of like being very difficult to accept something here. Okay. The separation. It's difficult to accept the separation, or difficult to accept whatever excuse or whatever was said that created the separation to occur. It's like someone is like, yeah, that was said, but was it really that specific thing? Give me more here in regards to jealousy and ulterior motive. What's the self-sabotaging thought, limited belief? What's the underlying issue there? Let's see. What's possibly going on there? The wounded heart. Yeah, you see? Validation, confirmation. There's the heartbreak, the wounded heart, the heartbreak. As I said at the top of the reading, I feel one person more like, okay, there's a kind of like a free path. I'm liberated from the, you know, situations that were weighing me down. So I feel like, okay, the separation, I'm free to move in whatever direction. And then there's another person here going, was this the right thing? Was this the right call? Why is this happening? Right? Especially, and listen carefully, especially if this was more one-sided, where it was one person saying more like, listen, I really don't want to be in this situation. I'm sorry to say, but whatever, whatever. If it was mutual, then again, it was mutual, but I feel one person feels more like, okay, I'm able to move around easier. Not because there was a lack of love, but because there's a sense of freeing, like there's a burden off the shoulders here in some way, shape, or form. So the wounded heart says here, acknowledge and tend to past emotional wounds. Healing begins with self-compassion. Very difficult here. The acceptance. One could be the acceptance of, you know what? I'm going to move forward without, the other person. Or there could be this kind of like the other person feeling like, wow, I have to accept this situation and I just don't know how. I don't know how to move on. So and so seems, and I don't know, again, this could be either or, okay? There could be one person taking it a whole lot better than the other person. But what's possibly going on here is that there are two people who feel bad. There are two people who do feel a sense of, a heartbreak. However, their perspective or their outlook in life may be very different than the other. So the perspective is different. One person may be like, yay, not yay like happy, but yeah, you know what? It didn't work out. I'm just going to move forward with my life and see what life holds for me. Whereas the other person is like, I don't know how to move on. I am accepting what happened, but that doesn't mean that I'm happy about what happened. I don't know what else could have, gone wrong. Was there someone else in the picture? Okay, especially with jealousy issue. Could that be the reason why there was a separation? So there's one person doing a lot of the wondering, and although both people may be wounded or may have a heartbreak, the perspective feels differently here. Okay. So the perspective feels very different on how they're accepting something. Give me more here. What's possibly going on with the separation between Rose Quartz and Tony? All right, let's see what else is coming through. Queen of my world. Someone's world feels like it's been rocked. Okay. There's this like, I don't feel as stable. There's a lot having to do with an emotion, obviously in this connection, a lot having to do with the emotions or feeling like the carpet was pulled or the rug was pulled under someone's feet. I'm getting a lot here having to do with the root chakra, not feeling as stable, not feeling as quote unquote complete after the separation, or, because of the separation. One person could be, as I said, and it's coming through again, so I'll show you again. One person could be like, okay, now this has ended. Okay, let's see. How am I going to move solo? Like, seemingly confident, seemingly like, okay, what's the next step for me? What do I need to do to move past this breakup, separation, or divorce? I'm moving on, or I'm thinking about moving on, or I'm figuring out how to move on. So I do feel there's this sense of putting the sense of self forward, not in a selfish way, but in a way of like, I have to figure out how I can create a balanced life now that I'm single, or a balanced life now that we're not together. And then there may be another person here who may not see it that way, who's trying to still pick up the pieces, trying to make sense of something here. Because I'm getting this, I'm hearing like, so what now? So what now? So now we're not together. And now what? Like, what comes next? And I feel that that's the reason here why this message came through, which is shining sign. Trust that the universe, or the universe's plan, and follow your heart. You know what I mean? Follow your next chapter, whoever this may be, whether it's you or the other person. It's like, listen, there's one person here going like, okay, what is the next thing I need to do? How can I move forward? What's up next? Let's go, let's go. And then there's another person who's like, I don't know how to move forward. Okay. Let's see what else is coming through. And again, even if both people, and again, I don't know exactly, obviously, I don't know the behind the scenes, like, why there was a separation, but I can tell you the energy that I'm feeling here through this separation. Okay. Even if it was mutual, one person feels more stable in like moving forward, and the other person seems more like, I have to figure this out still emotionally. All right, let's see what else is coming through. So I have two more decks besides this one, and then we're going to close the reading. Let's see. I do feel that it's a heartbreak for both. It's just how the two people are moving from it. You know what I mean? Like, what's their perspective through this separation? What's going on with these two people that went through the same separation, but they're looking at this in very different ways. They're taking it in a very different way. All right, let's see what else is coming through. Ooh, that was interesting, because this is okay, so I'll do that. These says, keep an open mind. Your soulmate may differ from your usual type and expectations. There may have been differences here. What's possibly going on in this connection? I'm sorry, in this separation. I feel that there's one person here kind of like, this was the best decision, right? This was what needed to happen, because although we have or had feelings for each other, we were different in fill in the blank. I don't know what that blank is, but that could have been cultural, that could have been careers, that could have been um future plans. It could have been one person wanted to marry, the other person didn't. One person wanted to have children, the other one didn't. It could have been traditional, the tradition, family traditions, cultural differences, different lifestyles. But the energy that's coming through here in regards to what's possibly going on with you and Tony in the separation is that there's this energy here of, yeah, we're different, or we have different, I don't know, fill in the blank. There's some differences here. Okay. Yeah. And I said this. I said, you have soulmate here. It doesn't lessen the fact that there's love. It's just, this is more than just love not working out. This is something having to do, the love is here, but there's more. There could be fundamental differences here. And these fundamental differences may be the reason why something just didn't go the distance. Okay. So it doesn't feel like it was a lack of love. It feels like it was issues here that eroded emotions through time. The difficulties of life, whatever those may be, whatever differences it were, whether it was cultural differences, whether it was differences in schedules, whether it's the outlook in life. But these differences is something that was weighing on the relationship. And like I said, with the wounded heart, I said that there's emotions here. You know, there are two people who are heartbroken, but they're just, the perspective is different here on the heartbreak. Okay. Let's take a look at this deck, and then we're going to, hold on one second. Actually, I'm going to bring two decks out to close this reading. Hold on. Let's give more details here. Let's keep peeling things back a bit. Let's spill some tea. And this feels overwhelming now. It feels like there's a lot of like, where do I go from here? But the fact that there's a card here that says trust in the universe's plan and follow your heart is that once the healing process not just begins, but, you know, continues here. And remember, healing is not linear. So even if you're doing great the first, first week, you may not feel that fantastic 5 weeks from now. You see what I'm saying? So it's not linear. So give yourself the grace to slowly move back little by little energetically as you are healing through the separation. I'm getting here also, before I even go to the next deck, I'm getting here that there's this focus. Okay, there's this focus that needs to be redirected. Okay, yes, there's a heartbreak. It's difficult, but healing that heartbreak, healing that wounding heart is going to help you feel more stabilized, more grounded on what you're going to build on in the future with other connections. Okay. It might not feel that way now, but at the end of the day, you have to look out for yourself, because there could be someone here, obviously it could be Tony here, who he's looking out for himself. You see? So there's this kind of like, okay, one person is looking out for themselves. The other person needs to start saying, I'm the queen of my world. I have to take care of me now. I have to figure out how I'm going to move forward. But in order to do so, there needs to be the healing of the heart, because if not, you're not going to be able to. Again, I'm getting like this phoenix rising like the phoenix, right? So super important that during the separation, even if it's emotionally challenging, hold on one second, which chances are is you have the opportunity to create and rebuild your foundation here. Let's see what else is coming through. Yeah, guarded. Don't allow what happened here. Okay. So, what is possibly going on here with this separation from your end and from his end is that both of you may be guarded in different ways. Okay. One person may be guarded because they're jaded, they're afraid to get, to have, they're not ready to move on. They're not ready to, face this situation. Okay. They're trying to rebuild from scratch. And then there could be another person here guarding themselves. It's like, I really don't want to have a conversation with you anymore. I don't want to continue to intertwine our energies because it's over, right? So don't allow, however, the separation or whatever may have caused the separation to make you feel like just because it didn't work out with one person doesn't mean it's not going to work out with everybody. Okay. It didn't work out with that one person because there were fundamental differences here that for that person's lifestyle and your lifestyle may not have been able to intertwine in a positive growth type of way. Okay. So don't allow yourself to shut your heart down just because this connection didn't work. And I know it's easier said than done. I've been there. I get it. But there's definitely here this energy where the universe is saying there are less lessons here that needed to be learned and needed to be really looked at, so that when there is another connection, you ask either the right questions or you are very upfront on, listen, these are challenges that I am concerned about, right? So, how do you feel about X, Y, and Z? And whatever the issues that were in this connection, making sure that they don't show up in another connection. But that has a lot to do with you healing yourself first. Okay. So, there's a lot of guarding here. Okay. Look at that. There's also control. Okay. Someone, here is like, it's over, but I still wish it wasn't. Another person is like, it's over here and I'm moving on. And another person is like, yeah, okay, it's over, but I don't want to move on with someone else. Okay. So those are the energies that I'm picking up here. But at the end of the day, healing the heart is the focus here. You got to figure out ways in which you can start healing and being compassionate with yourself and placing yourself at the top of the list so that you can start moving forward. which of course, as I said, I know it's easier said than done. So I get it. I get it. All right, let's see what advice is coming through for you here. And then we're going to see what mindset, hold on a second. Before I do that, give me 1 second here. There we go. Jealousy leads to downfall. Again, not the first time it came out. There's a lot of emotion here, and this could be different from different sides. Okay? There's a lot here of, if it didn't work out with me, I wonder if it's working out with someone else. If you didn't have time for me, then are you making time for someone else? You know, are you talking to someone else? Are you dating? Are you moving on quickly? There's a lot of energy here, very much connected to this. Okay. And I wanted to, I was kind of like, okay, yeah, see, forces beyond your control intervene. This was fated. The separation was fated here in some way, shape, or form. You may have thought that this was like the connection, and of course, as we all do, but there may have been things happening behind the scenes that you weren't aware about. And one way that the universe helps us in situations like this is by allowing it to end. And sometimes we don't understand the ending, or sometimes we do know what the ending is about, but we wish the ending wouldn't be in that way. But you have 2 cards here saying, listen, you may be feeling a certain way, or both of you may be wounded here. You may be showing how you're wounded in very different ways. One person is like, I'm moving forward. The other person is like, I can't even get up in the morning, right? Type of energy. But the universe is saying here, give yourself time to recuperate from the heartbreak. And don't worry about what this person is doing in their life. They've chosen what they've chosen, or you've chosen what you've chosen. And it's time to kind of start allowing yourself to say, listen, did we love each other? Yes. Were there intense chemistry and feelings? Yes. Did we think this was it? Yes. But there were very big underlying issues here. Issues that at the end of the day, we don't really truly know how someone feels about something. We only know what they tell us about what they feel. And so there may have been more things here that were not discussed. And the universe may have been like, okay, guess what, Rose Quartz? You're not seeing what's going on behind the scenes. Maybe there was somebody else. Maybe your intuition was right. And I'm not saying, I don't know. Like, again, I don't know what's going on here or what went down. But if you felt that there was probably someone else, that may have been the case. Maybe yes, maybe no. But at the end of the day, now you're not, in a situation where you're stressing about that. All right. Last but not least, okay, we're going to end with this card. Rose Quartz, I hope these messages have been insightful. I hope they've given more clarity to the question that you asked. And let's go and close this reading with this last deck. And then, of course, what mindset you need to have in order to overcome this challenge, okay? All right, let's see what your guides want you to know in regards to like advice. Let's see what's coming through. All right, your guides are saying here, listen. It says, your heart is speaking to you, directing you to accomplish something or voice your thoughts. It's time to listen to this wisdom and respond to your inner call with action. Allow yourself to be moved by your inner knowing. Okay? Follow your inner knowing. And yes, it may take some time for you to heal from the wounds, but give yourself the compassion and the time in order to do so. It's not going to happen overnight. Some weeks or some days may be easier than others, but allow yourself to go through the transition without hardening your heart, without allowing yourself to be in jaded energy. Okay. So, heart chakra, 639 hertz, work a lot on your heart chakra. Do the Hopo'oponopo chant, which is energetically forgiving your past partner and forgiving yourself so that you can, again, clear, mend, repair, and heal from this connection. Let's see here what mindset you need to have in order to maximize the blessing of shining sign, which is trust the universe's plan and follow your heart. All right, that being said, we have here, I am proud of myself and my achievements. So although things didn't work out in this connection, there are lots of things in your life that you can be very proud of that you have achieved. And just as you have achieved those things in your life, whether it be your career, whether it be hard moments, whether it's other heartbreaks that you've had, by giving yourself the time, okay, and giving yourself the grace, you can rebuild yourself and place yourself back at the top of the list. Okay, queen of my world. You are the queen of your world. All right. That being said, and what was right after that? I'm a winner. I can overcome any obstacles. Not surprised that's there because that's exactly what I was just channeling. But there you go. Okay. I'm a winner. I can overcome any obstacles. And who knows what may not have worked out in this connection could be better in another connection with someone who's able to see or to move past the challenges and see things in a very different way. Rose Quartz, I hope these messages have been insightful. Uh, don't forget that these messages are for entertainment purposes only, and I hope that they've given you some clarity. Okay, so thank you so much, Rose Quartz. I really wish you the best. All right, intuitive friends. Welcome. This is the $10 Let's Spill the Tea session here. And of course, thank you so much, Rose Quartz, for your generosity. So of course, I went over the 10-minute mark here for you, but thank you again for your generosity on that super. So greatly appreciate it. Up next, who do we have up next? I haven't seen. Oh, Shatira's here. Briss is here. Monica. Oh, hello, intuitive friends. Monica, thank you so much for your super. You're up next. After Monica, we have Briss. Hello, Briss. You're after Monica. And then we have Shatira. Last but not least here. Hello. Thank you so much, intuitive friends. Just give me a second. Let me clear the table. And then, of course, we're going to jump into your readings. intuitive friends, I want to thank each and every one of you for your love, your support, and your loyalty to the channel. I greatly appreciate it. A lot of you were asking me behind the scenes, when are you going to do a super chat live? Guess what? Your wishes have been granted. Today I am, or tonight I should say. Well, it's nighttime where I am, but tonight I'm going to be doing channeling messages here, doing the super chat live, focusing on what's possibly going on with. Okay, if you need some help on how to structure your question, just take a look at the examples. All the examples are in the chat as well as in the description box. Okay. It could be in any area. I'm not doing follow-up questions, but I will give you as much as is coming through in regards to this particular question that you have or particular thing. I do want to thank Rose Quartz again for your generosity. Thank you so much for your love, your loyalty, and your support. Who else is here? I didn't see. Oh, hello, Ed. Because I saw the fire flames. Hello, Ed. Welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by, my dear. Welcome, welcome. All right. Intuitive friends, those of you who are new to the channel, welcome. Those of you who subscribe to the channel, thank you. I do free mini readings on my channel. And if you want to take part in those free 5-minute mini readings, first come, first serve, okay? Then all you need to do is subscribe to the channel, turn on your notification bell and all alerts. Rose Quartz says it has. Thank you. You're very welcome, Rose Quartz. And of course, I wish you the best of luck. Okay, my dear. I know it's a challenging time. I get it. I've been there. So no worries. Slowly but surely, okay? All right, intuitive friends, if you're new to the channel, my name is Lexa Tarot, and I am a second-degree Reiki practitioner, as well as an intuitive tarot and oracle reader. And if you are interested in learning more about me, my client testimonials, or my credentials, just take a look down below in the description box. All my information is down below, okay? As well as in the chat, okay? Please note, I know I wrote 10 minutes. Sometimes I go over because I want to give you the best reading that I can with as much details as coming through. Okay, so sometimes I may go a little over. Obviously, if you give something of a bigger super chat, of course I'll stay longer on your reading. I mean, you know, it's only fair, right? But yeah, it is a $10 reading, and it is a 10-minute reading. Okay. All right, let's take a look here at the next question. And I want to say it's Monica. I want to welcome all of you. Thank you all for your thumbs up. Okay. Thank you so much for your love, your loyalty, and your support. All right, let's jump into the next reading here. And our next reading is Monica. What's going on with my networking life? For example, when I go to events or communities, the dynamics when I meet people. Thank you. Okay, awesome. All right, well, let's explore what's possibly going on with your networking. Okay, thank you so much, Monica, for your super. And we're going to jump straight into your question. Okay, so intuitive friends, you may see that I use different decks for different questions, okay? And that's because that's just how it works. I work with what my intuition is telling me in regards to certain decks for certain questions. And let's see what's going through. Okay. All right, Monica, let's see what's going on. What is possibly going on with Monica's networking life? What's going on here? Let's spill some tea. What's possibly going on here with Monica's networking life? Monica, just a reminder that these messages are for entertainment purposes only. Let's see what's coming through for you, Monica. What is possibly going on with Monica's networking life? All right, this one wanted to jump out of the deck, so of course, let's see. It says the map maker of destiny, authentic purpose, inspiration, free will. All right. I'm feeling here for you in regards to your networking that destiny, fate, the universe, as long as you are continuing to be in a very optimistic type of energy, it's allowing you to connect with the people that could open more doors, whether it's that you open doors for them or they open doors for you. Remember, it could go vice versa. Sometimes we tend to be in a position where we're helping others because we never know, and it's not a quid pro quo type of energy. It's not that transactional energy, but like if there's something that you could help people with, you do. And who knows, maybe that person down the road may know someone who can open the door for you. So I feel here that the map maker of destiny is, as long as you continue to really allow yourself to connect and sync and link with your soul purpose, with your passion, with really the things that, again, that excite you, that inspire you, that motivate you. You're going to attract people that are either on the same journey or similar. Okay. So there may be connections here that may not make sense now. It may make sense later. Okay. And that could go either way, either you helping them helping you. Okay. I do feel here with free will. Of course, not every single connection is going to be, as I say, like, resulting in that, but you can pick and choose. You can decipher who is really in the same mindset or similar frequency, right? Same frequency or similar mindset to what it is, the things that you want to accomplish. So through your friends, through their friends, through colleagues and things of that nature, I do feel this sense of expansion. But you're at a part of your life, or you're in a part of your life where at times you may feel like it's not expanding as quickly or it's not growing as quickly. That's because your intention is more focused now, right? And so not everyone is going to vibrate at your frequency. Okay. So you may be a beacon of like really powerful auric light, and there may be a lot of people coming in your direction, but that doesn't mean that we accept everyone in our circle, right? So there's this sense of being, using your free will to decipher, right? Where someone's mind is at, what, their intentions are, what their goals are. Okay. So again, I feel there's this energy here of really expanding. Okay. Um, I see here a book and a feather, and there may be some type of like coincidences or sign symbol synchronicities involving some connections in regards to your networking. Okay. So it's coming across here as like there are some connections that are worth investing time and energy towards, because it could be very much linked or synced with what you are doing in life, or what your soul purpose may be very focused on. Okay. So I feel that here, of course, we're going to continue with the reading, but that's what I'm getting. Yeah. The Lady of the Mirror, reflection and non-judgment. Feel the law of attraction. Again, you're attracting, like the mirror, you're attracting the people that are of like minds. Sometimes that may feel like, okay, my circle is feels like it's getting smaller instead of larger, but it's because, again, quality over quantity. All right. I do remember that I said this before with this card. I said that I'm feeling, especially with the feather, I feel that there may be sign symbol or synchronicities or quote unquote coincidences in the manner in which that you connect or expand to some friendships or some type of networking. And sure enough, we have it here. You have 4 4. I feel here that there may be people that you feel through the networking process. There are some connections that you feel like you've known them before, even if they're brand new people. Okay. First of all, always be careful with that first impression of that inner knowing, because we never know, like, was it because we had like not a great past life together or something, or is it because it was like something very positive? Either way, you may come across people that you feel like, man, I feel like we really get along, right? So there may be some type of like destiny or some type of like purpose there. So again, just be aware of that energy, okay? Um 4 plus 4 is equal to 8. So you may see the numbers fours. I'm sorry, the number 4, the number 8, or the number 6 as sign symbol synchronicities, okay? So just be aware of that. All right, let's jump into the next deck. What's possibly going on here with Monica's networking circle or networking in general? Yeah, I feel like you're gonna meet, how like they say it's like when the student is ready, the teacher appears. That's exactly what I'm getting here. When the student is ready, there's a lot of books here. There's even a telescope here. When the student is ready, the teacher appears, and it's funny because it's coming across as like your guides, the people that you're gonna meet, that you're gonna encounter. And it's very interesting because the same energy that I was picking up here is exactly what this is about. The Lady of the Mirror, attracting, the law of attraction here, the law of resonance. So very, very interesting. All right, let's go a little bit deeper here and let's get more information. Let's dive into that tea. We have adjacent possibilities. What I just said 2 seconds ago. Meeting one person can open doors into meeting other people. Okay. Maybe the reason or the purpose may not be shown right away. Okay. So don't just kind of like, shut someone down very quickly. Okay. Allow yourself to kind of, get to know people. There may be events. So I'm hearing events. You may be invited to events. You may also kind of like learn or find out of events that you can partake, that you can join, so that you can connect with more like-minded souls. Adjacent possibilities is coming through here as doors opening for you and you really not knowing why, but understanding that there could be some reason behind it. So even though you may not understand the why and how now, that through time there it's going to be shown to you. Now, remember that I said, and I channeled this earlier, that I said that with this card, even before I went and I saw the card right behind it, I said that you may find yourself in some coincidences, sign symbol synchronicities happening around you. I said you might see things, feel things, people that you feel like you've known them for quite some time, although they're brand new people. Connections that you may not understand why they are there, but there's a reason or a purpose. I mentioned here how these coincidences may show up here in regards to your networking type of situation, right? What I want you to take a look at is the fact that that coincidence that I was mentioning and I channeled earlier with the number 24. Remember that I said the number 6 is right here. 2 plus 4 is equal to 6. With adjacent possibilities, you also have the number 24. Hold on so you could see it there. Talk about validation confirmation. Not only is it a validation confirmation because that's what I channeled at the top of the reading, but it's also validation confirmation because this card is going to go right here where exactly that I was channeling that message for you. So again, there may be possibilities here of friendships, connections, events that you are invited to, maybe events that you may even decide to go and attend alone, but it's you branching out into connecting with new people. Some of these things may feel like they are quote unquote coincidences, but they are like synchronous events, okay? Where you need to be like you're there at the right time and at the right place and you meet the right person. Or if it's not a person, it could be a resource or a tool, right? Isn't that quite interesting? You also have here transformation. You've changed, you've evolved, you've grown, and therefore your energy is different. Why? Because your mindset is different, your focus is different. Okay, you're now, and I'm getting social butterfly in order to continue to expand in your networking abilities and in meeting more like-minded souls. You need to be a social butterfly. Now that doesn't mean you have to be everywhere all the time, but there is this aspect of you, and I keep hearing social butterfly. Okay, so the more that you allow yourself to step out of your comfort zone, and even if it's just like you going out alone, okay, or you doing something on your own, but it's connected to an event, the more you get your face out there, the more you're going to be attracting opportunities, people, okay, that you can grow, connections that you can go, friendships that you can grow. And I always say this, and this was something like from like even before, social media and all that was very popular. There's a thing called the word of mouth, right? The more you meet people, the more it's like, hey, you know what? I know a friend who's interested in this and that too. Maybe I'm going to put both of you together, connect both of you. Maybe sometimes there's a connection, maybe there isn't, but there is this energy here of you allowing yourself to expand your horizons here in regards to connections. And again, there may be events that just, again, 24/24. Okay, 24/24, 6/6. I told you it's the fours, the sixes, and the eights. Okay, so your guides may be placing you at the right time with the right people. Okay, all right, so this is very, very beautiful energy here. All right, let's see what else is coming through for you, my dear. What is possibly going on here with Monica's networking? Yeah, continue to do that. Continue to reach out there, and always like, exchange telephone numbers, exchange contact information, follow people on their social media that you meet, you know. Um and always tell people, especially if this is very much concentrated on something specific, like let them know, hey, listen, you know what, sometimes I don't, if you hear about another opportunity, let me know. If you know about blah 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 blah, let me know. And that's going to create more of this kind of like by the word of mouth, hey Monica, listen, I know, even if you might not be interested in an event, you know what I mean? But just to know about it, right? Just so that you are aware about what's going on. And then you choose, like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go. All right, let's see what else is going on. By the way, Universal Butterfly, I'm sorry. I don't even think I said hi to you. I'm so sorry. Hello, Universal Butterfly. I'm so like focused here. Yin energy. Yin energy. So build up the build up your ability to connect with your inner oracle. Follow your inner knowing. I'm also getting here, the more that you continue to work with your spirituality, to increase your spirituality, to connect with the ethereal, to really be in the energy of the present, okay, your presence, like being able to be here and now, the more that you're going to be able to see certain connections are more than just high and by. Again, not all of them are going to be what you're looking for, but some of them will. There may be a little bit of duality, which is fine. We don't want everyone to be like we are. We want people with similar frequencies, but have their own style of being their authentic self. So what do I mean by that? I mean, I don't need someone who's exactly like me, but I do want to attract someone who has the same mindset in regards to for example, let's say it's spirituality, who's very open to seeing that energy is important, that the law of attraction is of importance. All these successful people, all these millionaires and billionaires, they don't say it, but they're very spiritual, and it's about their mind. You know what I mean? It's how they view things. It's the philosophy of this imprint that they have, or they've created in their mind, like, I am successful. So successful people always want to hang out with successful people, right? Because we are in the same energy. Not because one person is better than the other, but because motivation, inspiration, entrepreneurial, all this energy, that's energy. You can't feel it, you can't touch it, but it's there. So the more that you are generating and recharging your own spiritual tank, the more that you're going to be showing and radiating that energy. And the more that you're going to attract people that, again, with your free will, like I said, okay, look at that. The fates again. And look, you have community. Like, I can't make this up. See? The more you're in your yin energy, the more the universe says, I'm going to connect you with people who are in the same frequency. Okay? I mean, I can't make this up. And who is the universe going to connect you to? The community of like-minded people. There you go. Like the same exact thing I said. Okay? So whatever it is that you're doing, continue to do it. If you're not doing something, then you should, because this is talking about your ability to generate and to listen and to see and to get out of your comfort zone and to connect with others and to go to events and to be social butterfly, to be a social to be to decipher, of course, who you choose to continue a connection with, because not everyone is going to be, is going to check off on your list, but they can present you to other people, and you can expand not only excuse me, energetically and spiritually, but you could also expand your community. Okay, especially with the things that you are doing in regards to your own entrepreneurial stuff, right? So the more people that even if that person is not interested in your service or is not interested in your course, they may know someone else. That's how I've built my private clientele, for my intuitive guidance readings, right? One person tells another person, that person tells two other people, those two people tell, and there you go, you grow your community. So very, very beautiful energy here. All right, let's take a look here at one more deck, and then of course we're going to look at two more for your advice, and then also for what mindset you need to have in order to maximize this. Okay. All right, let's take a look here at the next one. All right, Monica, let's see. And what do we have here? We have happy life. I mean, I can't make this up. It says live a less guarded life. Live a less guarded life. What did I say? Optimism, positivity, high frequency, vibrating at high frequency, maximizing your energy, and, amplifying it. Here you go. Sitting in the present moment, meditation, aligning your energetic frequencies, aligning your 7 chakras, doing the nighttime affirmation that I have on my energy healing and affirmation playlist, doing that before you go to sleep. All of that is raising your vibration. And as your vibration rises, your aura gets brighter. Okay? Happy life, being optimistic, super, super important here in order for you to expand and grow. So we're not talking about all the things that were horrible to us in in past situations, that people who want to get to know you don't want to get to know you with, we're not talking about, oh yeah, let's have a idle chat about all the horrible things that happened in my life. That's not very positive, right? Unless there's a, but this is what I did with it. This is how I accomplished. This is how I was able to move past that situation. Happy endings, happy life, optimism, optimism. Okay, there you go. Now, let's see what messages here your guides want you to know. Oop. Okay, sorry, that was Ace there. All right, let's see what hold on. This deck is super thick and I can't do it in one full swoop. I have to shuffle in like sections. Intuitive friends, up next. I forgot who's up next. I didn't write it down, but I'm almost done here. All right, let's see what's coming through for you. Very, very beautiful reading here. I mean, I'm really curious to see how this may have resonated for you. And you don't have to share, but if you do, I'll read it. Look at that. Discovery. Discovery. I told you, social butterfly. Discovery. Oh my gosh, this is the same thing. Talk about validation, confirmation. I need to do like another one that's like for confirmation, validation. But discovery, you're being called to explore the resources and the opportunities around you. New collaborations, new projects, or new relationships are drawing near. I kid you not, intuitive friends, Monica, this is exactly what I was channeling, and I'm going to show you because this is exactly what we're just talking about. This journey will not offer spiritual growth, this journey will not only offer spiritual growth. Again, I told you here with the yin. It says, but also bring material abundance. Do not fear to pursue it, as unexpected rewards are waiting for you to discover. Again, you are being called to explore the resources and opportunities around you. Didn't I say when the student is ready, the teacher appears? When you are working with your energy, you're attracting that community, okay, that is meant to find you and that you are meant to find them, okay? So you are being called to explore your resources and opportunities around you. New collaborations, new projects, or new relationships are drawing near. This journey will not only offer spiritual growth, but also material abundance, networking, options, connections, okay? Do not fear to pursue those connections. What did I say? You're going to attract a lot of people. Doesn't mean you have to be everyone's friend, but you decipher with your free will, who do I stay and cultivate a connection and bring them into the community or be part of their community, and who I'm like, not so much. Okay? It says this journey will not, do not fear into pursuing it, as unexpected rewards are waiting for you to discover. Unexpected rewards, destiny. Okay, the fates, and then you also have here destiny, the map maker of destiny. We don't need to know the how. Don't worry about how something is going to unfold. Be prepared for the unfolding that's going to happen. But wow, talk about validation confirmation here. Exactly what was coming through. All right. Let's take a look here at what mindset you need to have in order to maximize these beautiful blessings. Because let me tell you, woo, something flipped over. Let's see. It says, I let go. Look at that. Wasn't I telling you that the moment that this came through? Live happy. I told you people don't want to know about the wham, wham, wham. Okay, look at that. I let go of negative thoughts and feelings. There you go. That's how you can maximize this energy, by being the most optimistic person and present person in your own energy and amplifying your energy. I would advise you do that nighttime affirmation several times, during the week. Okay, right before you go to sleep. That's going to help you in your alignment. Work on your 7 chakras, do all of that, because all of that is going to help you. You're going to have a glow up here, and you're going to find your soul tribe, or at the very least expand your network opportunities. That being said, Monica, thank you so much for your super. Up next, we have Briss. But before I jump into Briss's reading, I want to say hello to Ascending Universal Butterfly. Thank you so much, Butterfly, for giving us a hand. I want to say hello to Ed. Hello, Ed. Welcome. I want to say hello to Shatira. Hello, Shatira. Thank you so much for your super. You're right after Briss. I also want to say hello to, who else is here? Bake 215. Hello. Welcome, Bake 215. Thank you for your super as well. Okay. And I also want to say hello to Sprinkle 777. I think this is Chelsea, right? Oh no, not Chelsea. Shaylee, right? Hello, Shaylee. Thank you. You say you always have gorgeous nails. Well, guess what? I did a post on them. Monica said, Monica said, thank you, dear. 2 roses there. Beautiful. Monica, yes. And the teachers and mentors are wealthy, and I've been following their work. I see how they are very spiritual. Look at that. I always say millionaires and billionaires are very spiritual people. They use frequency in order to expand their success. So there you go. It says you wrote here, yes, today I went on an event. Oh, look at that. And in coincidence, met someone I knew. Validation confirmation. That's exactly what came through your reading. Look at that. And she invited me to her event tomorrow. What? Talk about validation confirmation. Wow. That's exactly what this reading was about. Wow. Very, very beautiful. Thank you so much, Brooke. I didn't ask about the free reading. Thanks. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a donation reading. Yeah, it is. It's a $10 reading. But yeah, what? Validation confirmation. So listen, you're on the road to the expansion here. Okay. Very, 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 very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. There you go, intuitive friends. All right, up next, we have, I forgot, Briss, okay? So we're going to jump into Briss's reading in a moment. But for those of you who are watching, welcome. My name is Lexa Tarot, and I am a 2nd-degree Reiki practitioner, as well as an intuitive tarot and oracle reader. And if you are interested in learning more about me, my client testimonials, or my credentials, just take a look down below in the description box, okay? I also have all my credentials in the chat. That being said, intuitive friends, this is a $10 USD super chat live, where the question that you ask must be posed in the following way. What's possibly going on with fill in the blank? If it is someone else, let me know. Are you in the connection with that person? Are you in a relationship with that person? Just say, what's going on with John Doe, okay, or JD, whatever. And then in parentheses, write separation, or in parentheses, write no contact, or in parentheses, write, married, we're married or something. I don't know. We're in a connection, whatever. Okay. Now, if it's in something else, feel free to share what that is. So, what is possibly going on with my love life? What is possibly going on with my career? What is possibly going on with, and of course, you have some examples in the chat as well as in the description box. Okay. That being said, intuitive friends, I want to thank each and every one of you for your love, your support, and your loyalty to the channel. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for being here. And of course, for those of you who are new, yes, I do 5-minute mini readings for free on my channel. However, this is not a free mini reading, but you are more than welcome to visit me when I do those readings. All you need to do is subscribe to the channel, turn on your notification bell and all alerts, and then obviously you will be notified when I am doing a live reading. Okay. That being said, intuitive friends, let me take a little sip of water. And let's keep it moving. All right. Briss says, what's possibly going on with W? We work together. He's not replying to me with work-related things. I've messaged him about it like he's avoiding me. Okay. It does seem like he's avoiding you, but let's see what's going on with Mr. W. Okay. So, Briss, my question here is like, you want to know what's going on with him on the professional, or on the, yes, the list is open, Shaylee. Yes. The list is open, Shaylee. So my apologies. I didn't get to read your okay. So yes, it's open, my love. Yes. Okay. Yeah, the list is still open, but it is a super chat. Yes, correct. All right. So it's open for the $10 readings, my love. Sorry, my apologies. I should have answered that. I just don't. I know that I have you guys waiting here for a bit because I tend to go deep into the readings. But yes, it is still open, my dear. Okay. So yeah. So Briss, you just want to know about the professional, yeah, in general. Oh, okay, I see. So in general. Okay, so perfect. Okay, let's jump straight into the reading. I just wanted to get more clarity so that I know. Okay, so in general. Hold on. Let's see what is going on. Let's see what's going on here with what is possibly going on here with Wilson. What is possibly, my apologies, Shaylee. Sorry about that. Okay, so what's possibly going on with Wilson? You know, it's so interesting because I'm being called to find out what may be possibly going on just with him internally. So let's see what is possibly going on with Wilson that it's affecting the communication with work with you. So, all right, let's see what's going on with Wilson. Alone in the world. Okay, so Wilson seems, and I said this before I even started the reading, Wilson seems like he wants to be left alone. Now, here's the part that's difficult because the left alone we understand, right? Alone in the world. There's some sense of him wanting to be isolated. However, because you guys work together, it's challenging. right? So it's understandable that he wants to be left alone, or he wants to, be in his own private kind of zone. But that's difficult when you're working with someone, right? And especially if like you're sending something having to do with work related stuff, and this person is kind of like in a way, shielding themselves. Now, let me tell you here what's coming through in this energy that I'm picking up about Wilson, okay? Thank you so much, Shaylee. Welcome, welcome. There's a sense of vulnerability. Okay. There's a sense of vulnerability that Wilson feels when it comes to you. It's as if you can see right through him. It's the fact that you may know him a little bit better than other people in the office or in the company. Obviously, there could have been a connection here of some sort, whether it's through being a friend or being more than just friends. I don't know. I'm just saying that energy or that sense of like, you really know who I am, does frighten him a little bit. Okay. It's as if you're able to see through him in some way, shape, or form. There's a level of uncomfortability because you know him very well in some capacity. Okay. Now, this person symbolically here, doesn't have any clothes on, right? But we can't see anything. Their back is turned to us. So there's a level of vulnerability that is being felt here by Wilson. And that creates a level of uncomfortability within him. Okay. So it's not that you have done something per se, it's the fact that he feels very much seen by you because of circumstances. Either A, he may have shared some things here that he normally doesn't share with other people, or you were able to see or pick up energetically here something having to do with other people. Okay, other people, other situations, circumstances, events, you're picking up his energy, like you're able to read him like a book even though you don't know him that way. Okay, so your inner knowing is giving you a lot of information about this person. Maybe there are discussions, conversations that you have spoken about with Wilson that he's like, how the hell can Briss know about that? And that sense of transparency or that sense of vulnerability that he has shared with you has been very like too much for him in some way, shape, or form. Now, should he have a very clear boundary to when you were friends or anything else versus when you're at work? 100%. That's what should happen. Is he able to do that or differentiate that? It doesn't feel like he can. So what does he do? He does the I ignore you. I'm turning my back on you. Even if this person shouldn't, because if you're working together, there may be things here that need to be discussed, and it has nothing to do with you and him or him and you. It's about work. Okay? What else is coming through for here is the temple of my body. What's coming through here is that there's something involving a little bit of self-worth issues here. This person feels uncomfortable. There's a like insecurity or inadequacy that Wilson feels. Okay, it has nothing, it might not have anything to do with you, which is what I was picking up here even before I jumped into the reading. I feel like there's something here that has nothing to do with you, but for whatever reason gets heightened by your energy, right? So maybe you're able to see, like I said, through him. Now there are two cards here about a person who's not wearing anything. Of course, we can't see anything here. Okay, so nothing is showing, but there's a level of vulnerability here that for whatever reason, this person, Briss, is like, you know what I mean? They're just like, Briss can see through me. And it bothers him to the point where, is this immature? I feel it is, because whatever happens outside of work should not be brought into work, right? But for whatever reason, there's a duality within him that it's kind of difficult for him to separate one thing with the other. Okay? So, Briss, let's continue to see here what's coming through here. The dragonfly, lighthearted, adapt, finding out, change, things coming to light and healing. Okay? The dragonfly is an epiphany. Okay? Yeah. So yeah, there's something. I'm happy that, yeah, that's fine. You said there was or still is attraction between, we've never crossed that line. Okay, wonderful. Because that makes it even that makes it a little easier. But there's something about, you can see through this person. And he feels it. He feels it. I'm getting here that there's an epiphany here happening with Wilson. So what's going on with Wilson? Your ability to see through him spiritually, energetically, or whatnot makes him uncomfortable. In a way, because maybe usually people don't read him as easily. There could be something here about, you know what? I feel the attraction. It's mutual, but we work together. Okay? Especially because we're talking about work, right? You were like, well, what's going on with him in regards to work? One way to broach this topic is to speak to him, okay? And say, hey, listen, so and so, I just want to let you know that I'm sending some emails. They're not being answered. And I just want you to kind of like, be a little bit more, do more of a follow through when either I'm asking you something in regards to work or in regards to whatever. It's okay if like outside of work, we don't talk or whatever. But well, while we are at work, it would really mean a lot to me that, we take care of the things that we need to take care of at work. And that does mean that we do have to work together or talk, or if you don't want to talk face to face, that's fine. You could always send me an email and we could just follow up with that. But having a very kind of like open, very transparent, like not in a negative way, but kind of like carefree. It's like, I don't care, but I'm just, but like not in a negative, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I'm fine, I'm okay, that type of energy might help him feel a little bit more like, okay, let me do it this way, or let me just approach you in this way. You see what I'm saying? You could also say something like, I'm going to have this conversation now, and then of course I'm going to send you an email so that, we both, know that we've had this discussion about, because I need to get this done. And maybe this is a person who's part of the team, and maybe he's an important, part of the whole situation. But to do it in a very lighthearted way, to do it in a way that's not, that's kind of like, hey, listen, like that, like very casual. That can lessen that type of anxiety between the separation that there's being felt here. Okay. This person feels that attraction. Okay. And there may be a part of him that it is a little bit of a struggle. There may be a lot of feelings involved here. Okay. This could be someone who really does maybe like you, but obviously there may be some things personally that he may be going through. There may be some things emotionally that he's going through. And then on top of that, the fact that you work together in the same either office or company might also be a little bit challenging. So although there is that separation, okay, there is this sense of feeling like, yeah, I really like Briss, or I have feelings for Briss, and vice versa. Okay. All right. Let's see what else is coming through here in regards to what is possibly going on here with, actually, is this? No. Let's get the T1 here. Give me more here. What's possibly going on here with Wilson? Joint evolution. You and others are growing together, supporting each other. Yeah. There's a little bit of a duality here. This person is it's difficult for him to separate his attraction or emotions, either that are still here or that were here, versus the fact that both of you are working together in the same environment. Okay. So even if you guys are not talking together, even if it's kind of like there is a distance emotionally, or the fact that there either was that emotion of liking each other, or him being attracted to you, you being attracted to him, it still lingers. There's a lingering type of energy here still connected to that. And although I do agree, it shouldn't separate, or it shouldn't create this energy here of friction at the workplace. It does for him. Okay? It does for him. All right? Playing both sides. Someone is trying to appease everyone. Okay. It's difficult for Wilson to, and I said this at the top of the reading, and I'm going to say it again. What's possibly going on here with this person is, I said this before, I'll say it again. It's difficult for this person to make a clear distinction between personal feelings and workplace, office type of energy. Okay? He's trying, but it's difficult. For whatever reason, it's challenging for him to do this. Okay? Validation, confirmation, and what had come up earlier in the reading. All right, let's see what else is coming through. What is possibly going on here with, I'm going to take one more deck, and then, of course, I'll give you advice and what mindset you need to have to kind of move away from this energy. Or, again, I feel like the best way is to have a very kind of lighthearted, casual conversation and just say, listen, I just want to get some things, clear. I just want, when I send you an email or when whatever is just work related. Okay, so I just just kind of letting you know, and I like that, like very kind of casual, lighthearted, nothing other than that conversation about work. Yeah, message in a bottle. Yeah, someone is like, I don't want to chat, I don't want to talk. There's a lot of emotions, but the telephone is underneath the water. Not completely, but more of it is. So there's there emotions here, like I said, that even though this person is not talking to you per se, there's a lot of deep-seated emotions here, vulnerability, the fact that you can see through him, the fact that he's trying to kind of like, be able to be that colleague, but at the same time, there are emotions and feelings here. So it's coming across as you needing to break the ice here. Yeah, it's like you could see through him. Remember, I said that? A higher power. That, for whatever reason, like, I don't want to say scare, but it kind of brings this energy that I'm feeling here about someone who's like, you know, they're not used to meeting someone who can see through them. You know what I mean? You can see through this person, maybe even spiritually. I don't know, like energetically, spiritually. And that makes there's a level of uncomfortability here. There could just be a lot of tension because obviously there are a lot of emotions here that he feels towards you. But again, yeah, let me just do this final one and then I'm going to close the reading. I'm very curious here. Yeah, you're going to have a conversation that's kind of like, hey, listen, listen, as I always say, you do whatever you feel is right to do, but if it's one of those things where, yeah, he should make the move. I agree. This person should make the move if they're interested, right? I 100% agree with that. If they're interested, then they should make the move. But here's the thing. You guys work together. So if he does make the move, you got it. Let's look at it from his side, right? From his angle. If he does make a move, it's going to be more than just like, I like you. There may be some other things that may come with the whole fact that this person is interested in you, right? And here's the thing. Once hypothetically, let's just say that happens, how is that even going to work at work? Because now if he goes in that direction and it doesn't work, then he still has to see you every day, right? And the last thing that companies want is they don't want people to date each other. There's some companies like that. They don't want people who work together to, date or whatever, because whatever may happen outside of the company situation, whatever happens in your personal life might trickle into the work life, right? So it's a difficult thing for him to have to figure out, especially if there is this sense of like seeing you every day or you seeing him every day, right? And then once it goes to that level of moving more than just colleagues, aside from that protocol policy and all of that, it's also like, well, now you know more about me than what you were able to pick up even before we were seeing each other or before I made a move. Okay. And so maybe this person has their own agenda in regards to how they want to move forward in their career. And there may be here that kind of restraint where I don't really want to move in that direction because of whatever it is, right? Especially if it's a person who's like looking for a promotion at some point, or maybe some, that's not something that if it goes left that a person may want to bring into future, you know, um jobs, right? So it makes sense, but at the same time, if it's affecting work, it doesn't make sense for him not to talk to you. You see what I'm saying? Because if it's something that has to do with work, then, it's work stuff. It's not anything having to do with personal, right? Ooh, something flipped over. Let's see what flipped over. Okay, so I read from this direction. So we have finding forever. Your path holds infinite possibilities if you dare. Yeah, he's thought about the possibility here of, like, if I go in one direction, what are the consequences? If I stay in this other direction, what are the consequences here? I do feel that there is something going on internally, though, with this person, because it says alone in the world. So there may be some underlying situations here that go beyond anything having to do with work and anything having to do with you. It says cross paths, a mismatch of intentions, clashing perspectives, a journey misled seeks alignment. Yeah, there may be differences here. There may be an attraction on the surface, or maybe there was an attraction here on the surface, but there could be many possible reasons why this person doesn't want to move forward with those emotions. There may be, again, a misalignment. This person may want to maybe someday be in a managerial or leadership position in the company. Maybe someone has a higher position than someone else. Maybe, you see, there's so many different things here that could be at the brink here of creating a little bit more tension. All right. That being said, let's end this reading with this final deck here. And up next, who do we have up next? I don't know what's going on in the chat. I haven't taken a look, but I will in a moment. So my apologies. I'm running a little bit behind here, but again, let's see what your guides want you to know in regards to advice. Okay. Refocus. Okay. Refocus. And that's for you. Okay. For you. Refocus. It says, when the target becomes blurry, the universe reminds you to refocus and reconnect with your original intention. You are called to clear away distractions and concentrate on what truly matters. With clear focus, the path ahead will become clearer. Okay. So basically, let's not worry too much about what's going on with this person. He has some things happening in the back burner. However, if he's making your job a little bit more complicated or difficult, there needs to be some type of light-hearted type of, hey, listen, casual chat and say, hey, listen, I just want to have a quick conversation. I'm going to send you an email right after this. But I just want you to know that I just would like for things to be a little easier, because I've noticed that I've sent you some emails and you're not really responding to them. And I just want to make sure that, whatever. You see what I'm saying? But something here needs to be, because you don't want to suffer from your job because someone is refusing to give you, to answer your questions or answer your email. You see what I'm saying? Um, and then just let him know, like, listen, moving forward, I'm going to just send you emails. I don't want you to take it in the wrong way, but I need certain things, especially if, like, your job is dependent upon his information. That gets a little bit difficult. Okay. So again, a little bit of light-hearted type of casual energy, and then making sure that you refocus on what is going to allow you to be more successful in your job. Okay. As far as emotions, what he feels, what he thinks, there's definitely reasons here why he may not be going in that direction. But as far as work is concerned, you can refocus always the conversation, making sure that that's the main focus of the conversation here. And again, casual and lighthearted. Okay. That being said, Briss, I hope these messages have been insightful. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up, like, share, and continue to subscribe to the channel. Thank you so much for your super. All right, intuitive friends, we're going to jump into the next reading. But first, if you're watching this for the first time and you're visiting my channel for the first time, I want to say welcome. If you've subscribed to the channel, I want to say thank you. My name is Lexa Tarot, and I am a second-degree Reiki practitioner, as well as an intuitive tarot and oracle reader. And if you are interested in learning more about me, my client testimonials, or my credentials, just take a look down below in the description box. All my information is there, as well as here in the chat. That being said, intuitive friends, for those of you who are my current subscribers, welcome, intuitive friends. Thank you so much for coming out in this let's spill some tea. Okay. I'm trying to do it in 10 minutes, but you guys already know. Sometimes there's just a lot of information that comes through. I can't stop it. So I just want to give you as much details as I can, okay, intuitive friends. But it is a $10 reading, and of course, I want to thank all of you who are taking part. I don't know who else is coming on in regards to like who else I'm doing readings for, because as you know, when I'm focusing and channeling messages, oh, when I'm channeling messages here, I don't take a look at the phone because it throws me off, right? I lose my connection. So that being said, as soon as I place all these cards back into the deck, I will be taking the next person. And of course, I'll be saying hello to those of you who are here and wanting to say hello. So I'll catch up with everything. Okay, I'm going to catch up with all the info, all the scoop over here. So let's see. We're both managers. Oh, okay. So it's a little crucial. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so guess what? You're going to have that conversation, and then you're going to be like, "Hey, listen, let bygones be bygones. Whatever, feelings or, whatever I may have done to make you feel uncomfortable, I'm sorry, but we need to focus on." Yeah. So I'm in HR soon. So it's wow. Yep. Yeah, and it makes a sense here why he wouldn't make a move. Like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense here. But yeah, you're gonna have to kind of be very straightforward and be like, hey, listen, all right, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Sparkle 777. What's going? Oh, thank you so much, Sparkle. Thank you for being part of the channel. I donated a reading to someone who would like one. However, Alexa wants to choose. Oh wow, thank you so much. That's so sweet. So there's wow, that was very sweet of you to do, very generous. So Sparkle 777 has paid for someone's reading here who would like to take it. Someone who like really wants to have the opportunity, but may want to use that donation. Thank you so much. That was so sweet of you to do that. Oh wow, very, very nice, very kind. Up next, we have Shatira. Shatira, my dear, you're up next. Before I jump into Shatira's reading, let's just take a look at the list. Shatira is next. And then after Shatira, we have Big 215. And then after Big 215, we have Sparkle 777. And then if there's someone here, so how many people do I have on the list? Okay. So I have Shatira. She's getting a reading now. And then after Shatira, I have Big 215. And then after Big 215, I have Sprinkle 777. And then Sprinkle was very generous here to donate a reading to someone who may want to use it. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. So how many people is that? I have one. Shatira is one. Bake is two, and Shaylee or Sprinkle 777 is three. And then there's one person who, if they want to take the if no one takes it, Shaylee, what I'll do is I'll hold that up for you, okay? So I'll do that for you. Okay? Oh, thank you so much. I'll add you. I'll do like a super chat for you for the other one. If someone doesn't take it, if someone takes it, then All right. Okay. Shatira. Hello, my dear. Welcome. That was very kind of you, Shaylee. Greatly appreciate that. It was very generous of you. Thank you so much, Butterfly, for donating your time here on the chat, because I know it gets a little bit busy because I focus on the messages. But thank you so much. So Shatira is asking, what's possibly going on in my love life? Okay. Let's see what may be possibly unfolding here, what may be possibly going on. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Shatira, for stopping by. for being part of the readings, for being part of the live. Let's see what's coming through here. What's possibly going on with Shatira's love life? What's possibly going on here in Shatira's love life? Let's spill some tea here. What's possibly going on here? Interesting. Hold on one second. I love when it's like, go in this direction. Hold on. Let me see something here. What's going on here? What's possibly going on in Shatira's love life? Ace of Pentacles. Very beautiful energy. What's possibly going on in your love life? And I know you're probably not going to want to hear that. None of us do really want to hear this part, right? That we got to wait. But there's good news here, though. Okay? It's worth the wait. Whatever is going on possibly here in your love life, the Ace of Pentacles has come up for you. Aces are all about the beginnings, new beginnings. Aces are also about the divine gift. Okay, what do I mean by that? I mean, if you take a look at the Ace of Pentacles in the traditional deck, it is a hand that is floating, that is holding a pentacle. What does that mean? That means that there may be an opportunity or opportunities that the universe is opening up for you so that you are able to take I don't say advantage in a negative way, but take advantage of the invitation, take advantage of the opportunities, take advantage of creating a connection, okay? Allowing things to develop as friends first and see, is it worth you continuing to invest in a friendship that could potentially bloom into something else? Is someone valuing you? Are you being valued? Is someone cherishing the time that they spend with you? So, the Ace of Pentacles is a beautiful energy because there may be either a lucrative opportunity, maybe tangible, maybe intangible. Okay? What I mean tangible is maybe there's an opportunity that someone asks you out to dinner. Maybe that you go out and do single events with, professional, in the professional scale. Okay? Like, here in New York, we have like what speed dating. Okay. And I'm not ashamed to say I do go to those events. I don't go to many of them. I don't, but I do go to a couple in a year. Okay. So I make myself go out because if it were up to me, honey, I'll stay home and be happy in my own little, single planet. You know what I mean? But I also understand that I need to make an effort, right? So this ace is not only about having patience, having the determination, having the consistency, but also putting in the effort in regards to you getting out of your comfort zone. So, what are you doing, right? What are you doing to allow professional mingling between you and people, right? In a safe space. So let's think about it. A lot of people are no longer doing um they're not doing these dating sites, right? On the computers, like this, like that, whatever. Okay, why? Because people are misrepresenting themselves. It takes longer. There's a lot of scams that happen behind the scenes and all this stuff, right? So many people are opting for speed dating events, right? Where you meet the person in person and you have a conversation for 5 minutes, and then in 5 minutes another person comes to your table and so forth. Okay, I can say that I've been to several. Okay, but it's a great opportunity to get yourself out there, right? To see, to explore, right? So that's how this is coming through for you. What's possibly going on in your connection? Well, establishing a friendship is going to be important. Allowing yourself to evolve with the friendship, getting to know someone, having the patience. So, putting in the work, putting in the time. It doesn't have to be one person. You can have several people that you're getting to know. You shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, right? Now, once it's like something like, that, you've selected the person who best suits you level to level, and you're like, okay, that person decides, okay, let's make this, a little bit more exclusive, then, then exclusive. But in the meantime, diversify your dating portfolio, so to speak. Okay. So this may require you putting in the work in regards to finding out what city do you live in? What are some ways that your city gets people connected to each other, like singles? Okay. So it could be through speed dating events, it could be through meetups, right? So you want to be able to put in the effort and the work of going out there so that you can network with other single people. Okay. So through putting in the effort, obviously it's going to cost money, right? So if you go to an event, you have to buy a ticket, right? Or if you're in a singles group, whatever that is. But it gives you the opportunity to connect with others. You may not have a lot of time, but whatever time you do have, you can set aside a specific event that may call your attention. Okay. And you might say, hey, you know what? And you don't have to worry about like, oh, I'm going to be there by myself, because guess what? Everybody else is going to be by themselves. Or maybe there's a singles party, or, something like that. But something that is very much connected to what you are interested in. So, for example, the speed dating events that I go to, yeah, I'm a professional. So I want to connect with other professionals. Okay. So I make sure that when I look and I research that it's, single professionals looking for other single professionals, something like that. So there may be here again an opportunity that may be coming up this year, 2026. And why I'm saying this year is because aces are all about the number one, and 2026 is about the number one. So going about your dating life in a very different way than you have before, from the past or recent past. Okay. So that's coming through here for you. What's possibly going on with your love life here? Okay. It says here, I'm always rewarded for all that I do. You're a good person, and you deserve a very good person. You're a generous person. So you deserve someone who's generous. You're a person who you value, or you have a high standard. And so you want to meet someone who also has a high standard. Okay. And also is someone who, again, is worth your time, just like, vice versa. So that's what's coming through here. And I'm getting more of kind of like going to events, more about also using your friends who know you to be um the segue, or the person here who introduces you to other people. For example, I have no shame in doing that at all. I tell all my friends, listen, out of you guys know me very well. You know what I'm about. You know who I am. We've had a friendship for a very long time. And so if I can, you guys know me for sure. So, do you have any single friends, or if you have any single friends who you feel would be, someone that I should meet or someone they should meet. Hey, let me know. Keep me in the loop, right? And you wouldn't believe how, because people know you and people are your friends, they're not going to place you with like people who are like not good. You know what I mean? They're going to be more like guarded and protective because they care about you. They're your friends, okay? So that's another resource, use people that you've known for a very long time, because Pentacles energy is, again, friendships that you have built over time. So you can use your friends to say, hey, listen, your brother, your cousin, your people that you may know, if you know anyone who, who's single, who you feel would be a really good match for me, let me know. And you never know. What else? Soulmate. What did I say? You're looking for someone compatible. You're looking for someone who has really good communication skills. What's possibly going on here in your love life? There may be an opportunity or opportunities coming in. Remember that aces are also about brand new beginnings. So the things that you were doing before, you need to kind of do something different. Okay. So if before you were mostly about dating sites and that wasn't really going anywhere, and by the way, I'm not really too much into dating sites because people can misrepresent themselves and misrepresent. There's, scamming and all this stuff. I mean, I think we've all seen like the Tinder swindler or something on Netflix. So, granted, that doesn't mean that in the speed dating event it's not going to happen, but at least you could see the person. But, again, however this may be, you're looking for someone who's worth your time and your effort. You're looking for a partner. Again, same solid values. Okay. So, what's going on in your connection? You're looking for that equal partnership. What's going on in your connection? Sorry, in your love life, you need to communicate with other people about you being single. People that you know, friends, okay? Finding out, getting on your phone. What are some singles events in my area? Okay? So you're putting yourself out there in a safe space, in a safe environment. In those speed dating events, just out of, because I swear I think I'm an expert now on it, but your information is not going to be shared with the other person unless there's an actual match. So when there's an actual match, then the person that you match with, the company will make sure that you exchange numbers or contact information. So it's not like everyone is going to have your number. It's only the person that you are interested, and if that person finds you interesting, then that's when that match occurs, and then that's when that moves forward. So there could be here again expressing love or expressing the fact that you're single. Okay, letting people know that looking for different events where singles is the main focus here. Okay, single professionals, okay, or older, younger, or whatever. I don't know, whatever. I want to go to one. I want to say it's coming up. I got to see now, but there's one about people from different ethnic backgrounds, which sounded very interesting. But yeah, so there's different things out there, but that's how this is coming across. Like the opportunities, you looking at something or doing something very differently than you have done up to this point. So maybe you're busy, maybe you have a difficult schedule, maybe it's not as easy, but say to yourself, once a month, I'm going to invest in, putting in the effort of going to a speed dating event or a singles event or be part of a community of people who, I saw one. There's so many on Instagram that I saw one like 12 people who sit at a table who really are there for like the dining experience, but happen to be single, like that type of energy. Okay. I do feel that because because I'm getting Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn here. There may be someone, or you may want to kind of see if a person's there's something about making sure it's like an earth sign, or that the person because I'm getting earth placement. That was weird. Caution. Okay. I know it's difficult, but have fun. I know that you want to be cautious. You don't want to get yourself in a situation where you're giving your heart to the wrong person, or in a situation that doesn't, pan out for you. This is the reason why you're not going to put all your eggs in one basket. You're going to connect with multiple people very casually in different ways than you did before. Speed dating events, single events, things of that nature. Okay. And have fun. Have fun. Because when you're in a high vibrational state, and by the way, I want to suggest take a look at my divine counterpart affirmations in my energy healing and affirmations list. Okay. In the playlist. Have fun. Don't go out there with like, oh my God, I have to come out of this with like a boyfriend, or I have to come out with someone who, you know what I mean? Just have fun. Through having fun, you're going to start to see what people's perspectives are in regards to dating. Okay? You get to really know someone over time. Okay? Let's see what else is coming through for you. I have one more deck that I want to actually, let's go to this one. So very kind of, different ways to get yourself out there. Let's see what else is coming through for you. Up next, we have Big 215. Look at that. Flirt. Have fun. Be in a high vibrational energy. It doesn't have to be a, forceful flirting, but you can definitely let someone know that you're interested. You know what I mean? There you go. Flirt. It says, extend your light-hearted energy to others. What did I say? Through having fun, your aura, your frequency is going to shift and change. You're not going out to a speed dating event for the purpose of like, I have to meet someone. You're going out to a speed dating event, for example, so that you can have fun. And in the process, you may meet someone. You see what I'm saying? Shifting that focus. Burning desire. Woo, chemistry. Chemistry is going to be important, obviously, but just make sure that chemistry isn't the only thing that's igniting the possible or potential connection with someone when you meet them. Okay. So, yes, I understand that chemistry and being attracted is important, okay? But this shouldn't be at the forefront of everything, because then your mind shifts on what truly is at the core of what you're looking for in a connection. Remember, passion may fade. However, someone's core values in regards to being a person of integrity, a person who's like, okay, not every single day are we passionate about the things that we do, but we need to be disciplined in that, right? So discipline would outweigh the passion in a way, right? I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying it can't be at the forefront, because they're going to be, once people are in a connection for 2 or 3 years, all of a sudden, oh my gosh, the passion is gone. But if you have the discipline, if you realize like, you know what? Yeah, okay, so sometimes the passion is not at 1,000, but our core values, we're a power couple, that do have chemistry with one another, but we also understand that there's more than this, okay? So you also getting here a fire sign, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. All right, last but not least, let's see what else is coming through in regards to advice for you. And then we are closing this reading. Shatira, I hope that this has given you some type of clarity. In regards to your love life, okay? So I'm going to do this, and I'm also going to pull from this one in order to find out what mindset you need to be in order to maximize your love life here, okay? So what advice is coming through here for you? Remember, you're going to attract a lot of people. Your energy may attract a lot of people, but not all those people are worth investing your exclusive time. So decipher, be selective, but also don't put all your eggs in one basket. Be selective with different events, different people, you know. Deep connection. It says a new supportive relationship is approaching. I told you there could be an opportunity in 2026 that you can develop a connection that is very much passionate, exclusive, okay? Fun, communication may be there, okay? Passion may be there, but you got to give yourself the opportunity to have more, more connections with different people. A new supportive relationship is approaching. Beautiful. Beep, 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 beep. It could be a, wait, hold on, let me wait. It could be a kindred spirit. What does that mean? It could be a soulmate connection or someone that is very much on your level. Okay, 2026, there may be a shift here. There may be someone coming in. You may be attracting this. It could be a kindred spirit or a budding romance, starting off as friends. Whether it's someone new or the deepening of an existing bond, open your heart to embrace this connection, okay? There you go. I mean, what are the chances that out of the 90 cards I have here, this one is exactly the one that's talking about a relationship here? Okay, so your love relationship. So that's very, very beautiful, okay? Things are opening up for you. Be patient, but also get yourself out there too, okay? In a safe environments. How can Shatira maximize this deep connection here with other souls? And you have here, look at that. That flipped over. I attract loving relationships into my life. Let that be your mantra every day. I would also advise you to take a look at the divine counterpart affirmation that I have in the energy, and I am in control of my life. Okay, you can shift your experience in however you want, but man, look at this. I attract loving relationships into my life. That's the mindset that you need to have here. It says, which relationships do I consider to be the most loving or the most valuable when you start connecting with people out there? How can I nurture these connections or relationships? So again, you don't put all your eggs in one basket. You date, casual, have fun, okay? And then become deeply invested in the connection that shows you the qualities that you are searching for, that you're calling in. It says, I am in control of my life. What makes me feel most in control? How can I allow these feelings to flow through me regularly? Okay. So what are some things that you can do that are within your control in regards to expanding your love life? Well, what the things that are in your control is you researching, and exactly what I said before, singles, events, things of that nature. You invest in your time, being disciplined with it, right? It might not happen right away. And opening yourself up to that type of energy. So that being said, Shatira, thank you so much. I hope this has given you clarity. And yeah, that's what came through for you here, my dear. All right, that's looking good. It also reminded me here that I need to take a look at that event that I had in the back of my mind. So that is so funny. But yes. All right, Shatira, thank you so much for your love, your loyalty, and your support. And thank you so much for being part of the channel and, of course, being part of the Super Chat Live. Up next, we have Bake 215. But first, for those of you who are joining me live, welcome. After Bake 215, we have Sprinkle 777. So I have two people here on the list. And for those of you who just joined us, Sprinkle donated a reading here for someone if they would like to use it. That was very sweet. You didn't have to do that, Shaylee, but thank you so much for your generosity and to give to others. So greatly appreciate it. Okay. So there you go. All right, and Twitter friends, what a beautiful turnout I've had today here on the Super Chat Live. I know it's been a while that I've been on doing Super Chat Lives, but like I said yesterday during the free mini live reading, I said that I would be coming up today and doing this Super Chat Live. So thank you so much, and Twitter friends, for coming out and for being part of it. And thank you all for your love, and your generosity. Okay. All right, intuitive friends. Up next, we have Bake 215. Hello, Bake 215. Welcome. I'm still clearing the table. But for those of you who are new to the channel, my name is Lexa Tarot, and I am a second degree Reiki practitioner, as well as an intuitive tarot and oracle reader. And if you are interested in learning more about me, my client testimonials, or my credentials, just take a look down below in the description box. All that information is there. And if you're watching me live, you could take a look at the chat as well, as those links are there for you. Up next, we have Bake 215, and then after Bake 215, we have Sparkle 777. There is an opportunity here if someone wants to take it. Sprinkle 77 has paid for someone who may feel like they want to have a reading. So that was very sweet, very kind. If no one takes it, of course, I will place it for Sprinkle 777 for whatever else of a reading that Sprinkle may want to have at a later date and time. And of course, I'll make a note of it here so that I make sure that I don't forget. Okay. So that being said, up next we have Bake 215 and Bake 215. Thank you again for your super. So you're like, what's possibly going on between me and my twin flame? What is going on in our journey? Are we still moving towards each other? Well, there's like 50 questions there, Bake 215, but we're gonna put it into one question here. Are we still moving towards each other? I've been in a slump for a while, but I feel we were about to bounce back. All right. So what's going on here? What is possibly going on between Bake 215 and your twin flame? Okay, so let's get more information here. Now, it seems like you're in separation here. I don't know if you got, I don't know. Wait, hold on a second. So Bake 215, are you here? Hello? Hello? Okay, hold on one second. Oh, there you go. Hey, Alexa, I forgot to put no contact. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay, so I think I needed to refresh my what you call it here because Shatira said hello. Okay, Shatira, me neither. And you put a lot of hearts here, Shatira. So listen, Shatira, I wish you the best of luck. We're in the same boat, my dear, so don't worry about it. But yeah, very, very good. Thank you so much, Shatira. Bake 215. Hey, Lex, I forgot to put no contact. Okay, no worries. All right. All right, here we go. Let us begin. So it's no contact, but let's see here what is possibly going on in this. I'm trying to look for that. Oh, where is it? Hold on. Give me a second. In this no contact twin flame connection. Okay. So what is possibly going on here? No, it's okay. I have time for one more, and I'm sorry, I should have said that. I just read what Ed wrote. Yeah, I only have time for one more after one more. Yeah, I should have written that right. One more spot open. Okay, so I have one more spot open. Okay, so after Shaylee or Sparkle 777. Okay, after Shaylee, I do have an opportunity to do one more reading. There is a $10 reading open there, given and donated by Sparkle 77. So that was very sweet. If somebody wants to pick it up, feel free to do so. Okay. But yeah, I only have one more spot available and then I'm closing. Okay. Ed, sorry, I should have said that before. All righty. Let's see here. Bake 215. What is possibly going on? Let's spill some tea here in regards to this no contact, but no contact twin flame connection here. What could be possibly going on between Bake 215 and woo. All right, here we go. So we have this. Okay, so I'm going to take that one and I'm going to take these two. Please know that I read from this direction, so don't worry about what's on this end. So Bake 215, here we go. Number one, what could be possibly going on here? Fate's crossroads. In the weave of chance and choices, find the path to lasting legacies. Okay. So obviously, you not only wrote the fact that you are in a no contact, right? But it is also coming across as a no contact. So look at that validation confirmation here. So in this no contact twin flame journey, you have two people who are moving in their own direction, allowing themselves to unfold in the beauty of their own individuality while still carrying the memory or the energy here of the other person. Okay? So, in the weave of chance and choices, find the path of long lasting legacies. Now, I'm getting legacies having to do very much here connected to fate, to hold on one second. Thank you so much, Ed. And Ed is the last and final person. Let me close the reading here. Close session. All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Ed. I'm feeling legacy here very much connected to careers, to destiny, to paths. So you could be very much focusing on what you need to do to get to where you need to get to, maybe in your career, maybe in life in general. I feel your twin flame is also going on that same journey. So both of you, although there may be emotions here, may be going on your separate paths because you want to build a legacy. Legacy, career, finance, stability. You want something to offer when and if you and your twin flame should happen to cross paths at some point in time in the near future. So in other words, there's this energy here of focusing on career, focusing on creating more stability in finance, in nest egg, in things, maybe even in maturity. Maybe here, even not only are you both focusing on your careers in your own individual lives, but you're also here exploring, well, yeah, I know that there's a very deep connection with my ex, okay, or however this is, but I also need to see and explore and learn from other connections or other possibilities that the universe may place in my on my path. This may be new people, new opportunities, new experiences, and through those connections, even if it's not with each other, you learn more about yourselves through other connections. So although the path feels very separated, it also feels important and valuable for the growth of both of you individually. Because if this is meant for you, and I say meant as in if it's destiny, if it's fate, if it's 20 years from now, 10 years from now, 5 years from now, that destiny places both of you together to try again, a lot of the things that were unstable now or when you were together once upon a time will probably be more stable later on in life. But there's a sense here of as you are building your careers, your legacy, your nest egg, you're also living your lives apart. Okay. Now, with the twin flame journey, it's not easy peasy. Okay. And what sometimes we may consider a person being our twin flame, we also need to understand, or a soulmate, we also need to understand that free will is at play. So, although you may feel like this person is my soulmate, and that person may feel that way or may have felt that way, those things could change as time goes by, right? There could be other opportunities here. There could also be an opportunity, possibly, that in the near future you do get back together at some way, in some way, shape, or form. But as you are building your career and as you are building your nest eggs or kind of fine tuning your individual paths, the best way to move through it is not by keep thinking about that other person, because then you're not allowing yourself to fully experience the things that you need to experience in your specific path. You cannot drive a car by only looking at your rearview mirror. It is impossible. You will have a car crash, right? Same thing here. And that's what I'm seeing. My guides are showing me someone driving, someone looking at the rearview mirror. And if you want to get to your destination in regards to your legacy, career path, pentacles, your nest egg, you can't be looking at the rearview mirror because you're not going to be able to get there. You need to look forward. So this is talking about fate's crossroads happening here potentially. But in the meantime, it's focusing on your legacy, your career, and your finances. Okay. We also have here, and by the way, this person, you see how this person in the upright position, this came out in the reverse. Okay. So don't allow yourself to get caught up in so much about the soulmate journey, because it's going to not allow you to live freely in the legacy that you want to build or strengthen in your own life over time. Okay. You also have here hidden thorns. It says, look beyond the romance to discern true intentions. Here we go. Now is the time where, yes, there was a lot of love, or there still may be a lot of love between you and your significant other. Nothing is going to change that, right? There's a special place in your heart and in your former person's heart as well. But there's also their growing pains that need to happen right now at this moment in time. Those growing pains, whether it's being more mature, having more experience, really learning what you really want, because what you may have wanted a year ago may not be what you may want 5 years from now. And so this hidden thorn is coming through. Look beyond the fact that there is a lot of love for each other and go a step further beyond that. You need to be honest with yourself and say, well, you know what? I might not like the fact that we have gone our separate ways, but I also understand that it is necessary in order for us to continue to develop and grow. So that mindset allows you not to be so worried about looking at the rear view mirror, and it allows you to look at, straight ahead at where you're going, at where you're developing, at what you're creating, slowly but surely. Because at the end of the day, your legacy, career, finances, nest egg, that needs to be well set and strong, so that whether it's with this past person or whether it's with someone else, that you are in a state of success and achievement, and that you're proud of yourself, that you're proud of the things that you've worked for, that you put effort in, that you reap the rewards of whatever the legacy that you're trying to build with your own life. So, yes, it's understandable that there's a lot of love here between the both of you, but there's also this awareness here that needs to go beyond the love that was shared here and be more practical and sensible and say, you know what? That ex may fall in love with someone else. I need to understand that I have to be okay with that unfolding, because that will be what that person needs to go through. You may fall in love in a very different way with someone else. That doesn't mean that it lessens the connection that was had with your ex or with this past person, but it allows you to gain more experience through it. Okay? So that's how this is coming across. Moon Dreamer, love illuminates even in the darkness corners. So it may be very difficult to accept the sense that there is a separation here, that there is a sense of us going our separate ways. It may be difficult. You may dream about this person. This person may dream about you. It may feel a little bit heavy and achy in the heart, because it's difficult to kind of say, okay, listen, I got to move forward. I got to focus on what I got to do. For me, the nights may become a little bit difficult. And there are times that you may get very caught up in your emotions. But at the end of the day, like I said, you can't keep looking at the past on what didn't work, or the fact that, okay, I'm doing this for this person. No, you're building your career and you're building your finances and you're building your stability for you, not for anyone else. Other people can benefit from that in your next connection, or maybe if both of you, choose to go back to each other at some point in time. But the legacy that you're building is for you. Therefore, your focus needs to be pretty much on that goal, on that mark. Okay? Because it feels here, energetically speaking, where it's like, I know that I'm moving forward. I know that the person that I was with in this no connection is going forward in their life. I know that we are both focusing on our careers. I know that we're both, not in contact, and that we are doing what we're doing because we know that this is what we need to do for ourselves. But there's still this, I want to look back and see, what's going on with this person, or I want to still kind of do a little peekaboo and kind of still hang on to this energy from the past. And this is telling you here that it's time to, yes, compartmentalize that romantic part to start being able to see what else unfolds for you in your life as you're building your legacy. Okay, so let's see what else is coming through here for you. Let's see. Let's gain more clarity here. Okay, intuitive friends, for those of you who are here, just so you know, the list is closed already. The session is closed. Let's spill more tea here. Let's get more details. I didn't give it. All right, so let's see what else is coming through. More clarity here, what's possibly going on here in this no contact, twin flame, or soulmate energy. Ego check. It says interactions are forcing, or the lack of interaction, actually, because this is a no contact. The lack of interaction is forcing you to confront your own ego. Okay. And this is not just you. I feel that it's both of you. Okay. It may be more you because you're asking the question, but this separation is feeling a little heavy. Okay. There's a part of you that's very hopeful in that, okay, someday we'll get together once we have our careers in check, once we have our nest egg in check, once we have the stability that we need, the experience that we need. But there's a part of you that there is a level of uncomfortability of even imagining if your person that you care very much about begins a connection with someone else, or vice versa. Here, your former person or this person in a no contact, they also are in this. So it's like both of you are mirroring this energy. Like, I know that we're doing what we're doing because this is what we need to do. But then there's another part of yourselves that are like, yeah, okay, so what if they fall in love with someone else? What if, you know, a lot of what ifs is coming through here. So that may be creating a little bit of an unsettling feeling here at the end of the day. Moonlight Dreamer says, love illuminates even in the darkness corner. So there's this kind of like being hopeful, but then there's a part of being realistic and saying, well, there may be a lot of changes that may happen. We may or may not end up together. Right? Fate may have another storyline here for the both of us. So there is a little bit of this bittersweet type of energy, as well as a little bit of kind of like, I feel bad if that were to happen because I want it to happen with me. I want it to happen with us. Okay. So the ego check is here. Mind games. Okay. This says here, emotional interactions involve control and manipulation. Again, there's a part of this, okay, yes, we're growing, we're focusing on our careers, but there's this kind of energy here of still looking at that rear view mirror. What's happening behind? What's happening with what was left behind? Okay, so there is this kind of energy here where it's now getting real. Emotions are getting real with the fact of, you know what? We are really broken up. We're not together. And anything can happen. Okay. So that's the energy that I'm picking up, as well as I'm picking up an anxiety that's coming through along with this as well. Okay. All right, let's see what else is coming through. After Bake 215, we have Shaylee, and then after Shaylee, we have Ed, and then of course, as I mentioned, intuitive friends, the list is closed. So Shaylee, of course, I'll place that extra donation for you. So whenever you want to get an extra reading or a super chat reading, you can also do that. Okay, my dear. So no worries about that. I have to write it in a post-it. All right, let's see what else is coming through here. More clarity with Big 215. Status. Social standing is very important to me. I'm only interested when you're elevating my image, okay? So again, I talked about that when I said legacy. And what did I said about legacy was career. What did I say about legacy? Stability, your nest egg, okay? There may be even this type of focus here where you and your no contact soulmate are both wanting to be really, really famous or well known or very well recognized or have a very, very good status or standing in whatever career or in whatever job or lucrative opportunities that you're trying to set and stabilize for yourself. So it's going to be super important to give your 1000 million% in whatever it is that you're building for yourself. And I feel that this energy is also very much because there's a sense of mirroring here in this connection. Okay, in this question, there's a bit of mirroring here where that could also be the case here with your no contact soulmate, right? With the person that you say that, like, your former partner. So there's this energy here that both of you really want to make a really good careers for yourself, or have a very kind of like high standing in whatever this may be about. Okay, talking about career and money. Okay, does that sound familiar? Because I mentioned this at the top of the reading. Distraction. Okay, you cannot get to the highest peak of the mountain if you keep looking at the rearview mirror. Yes, it's challenging, but the distraction about what's going on with fill in the blank is causing or posing a distraction that may be interfering with what you want to create in regards to your legacy. Because there's a part of pride or ego of, oh my gosh, what if this person eventually falls out of love with me and we don't get back together? There's a very big distraction here. And the distraction is not the career. The distraction is thinking about this former soulmate or this person that's very deeply connected in your heart. So that is causing a distraction to where you want to go in life, because there's a part of you that, although you're moving forward, there's a very big part of you that keeps looking back. And that's creating a distraction. It says, I will interfere with your goals and waste your time and energy. The more you keep thinking about what is going on with my former soulmate, the more you are distracted in the past, the more, that person may get to where they want to go. And the more that you may be creating obstacles for yourself and not going to where you want to go. Do you know why? Because you're getting caught up in your head. You're allowing yourself to get into the sleepless nights, restlessness. Oh my gosh, now I'm worrying. Now the ego is stepping in because it's like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? What if she falls in love with someone else? What if, this is it? What if it's really the end? What if we started saying that, yeah, we were going to be focusing on our careers, and, she decides that she wants to start, dating someone else. What about our, what about what we both wanted? That's the anxiety that I'm getting here. And so this reading in regards to spilling the tea is saying, don't allow yourself to get manipulated by your own self-sabotaging thought or limited belief. Don't get distracted by the noise that a level of insecurity is causing here in what you want to achieve with your legacy and your status. Okay? All right, let's go to the next. Actually, let's go here. Give me more clarity here on what's possibly going on. That's why here with Hidden Thorn, it says, look beyond the romance. Look beyond the romance. All right, let's see what else is coming through here for you. Solar plex chakra. At this moment in time, Big 215, work on your solar plexus chakra, okay? The kind of like the middle of your stomach where your belly button is, okay? Allow yourself to not only just work on that chakra, you should work on all 7 to create a sense of alignment, but especially your solar plexus chakra, okay? Why? Solar plexus chakra is about confidence. It's about your willpower. It's about empowering yourself in a situation that you have no control of right now at this moment in time, so that you don't lack the confidence in what the things that you want to achieve, in the places that you want to go, in the status that you want to create, okay, in the nest egg that you want to build, in the career that you want to flourish. The third chakra is the solar plexus chakra, okay, because the root chakra is first, second chakra is the sacral, and the third is the solar plexus, okay? So the solar plexus chakra is very much connected to our sense of confidence, our sense of empowerment, us standing in our own power, being able to believe in ourselves, allow our confidence to shine, especially in moments where it begins to be a little bit difficult. Now, confidence, okay, especially when there's ego and pride issues at play here, could also be here why this is here, okay? Okay, so making sure it's not too overly confident, too overly, right? That it's in balance. The third chakra, or your solar plexus chakra, is very much also connected here to your gut level feeling. And there could be something here that your gut level feeling is picking up in what you're not able to see with your eyes or touch or have tangible proof or evidence here. Perhaps in this no contact. That may be rattling your nerves a little bit too. Because here with this moon dreamer, you may be a very intuitive person. So there may be certain changes here that may be going on with this past partner in this no contact soulmate connection, where it's you don't have to see it, you don't have to touch it, but you just feel that something is off. Okay. So it's super important here for you to work on your solar plex chakra, because this is what's going to continue to help you feel more centered. Okay. Pay attention to what you're eating and how you're eating. Okay. Nervous stomach also here coming up. So pay attention to how, what you're digesting, not only the reality of the situation, symbolically digesting it, but also what you're putting in your body that could be affecting the flora of your stomach. Okay. It can make, maybe getting a nervous stomach. Okay. Confidence is going to be super important here for you. Okay. The Magician, all that you need in order to succeed in anything in your life, you have the skill, the ability, and the talent. It is your focus that is going to get you there. Okay. It might mean it's time for you to redirect your focus on your legacy and not so much about what you may have left behind. Okay. And this too could be the same energy that your no contact ex may be also experiencing here. The reality of like, I got to stay focused and centered on what I want to achieve. Okay. All right, let's take a look at this last deck, and then of course I'll give you advice and what mindset you need to be in order to maximize your blessing or maximize the energy here so that you can get to where you need to get to in regards to your life. Remember, this is the Magician card in tarot. And by the way, you have two cards that are talking about mirrors. You have the ego check here or pride. Or there's this mirroring effect here going on here. Okay. So remember, this says the lack of interactions between you and your ex are forcing you to confront your own ego. Okay. And you also have here the Magician and the mirror. So again, there's this sense of the illusion of something or the mirroring effect of something here. Okay. So both of you may be going through that same energy, even if you're not speaking with each other. So let's see what else is coming through. Okay. And we have here caution. Again, traveling in the car, and again, this is symbolic, traveling in the car into what you are wanting to achieve, wanting to create. You can't have a power couple if one person is not in the stability that they need to be in order to be a power couple. Just in general, this has nothing to do with the ex, right? This is just you in general. So it's super important for you to ensure that you're not allowing yourself to get distracted, because you do have the skill, the talent, and the ability to make anything that you want possible in regards to your career and your finances. And although your focus is here, what's going on with the possibility of this no contact, this is allowing you here to see a clearer picture of that if this is what you want to achieve in your life, if you want to achieve a power couple connection in general, not just like, I'm not talking about just with anyone, you can't be distracted on whatever it is that the legacy that you're trying to build. Okay. So move slowly and cautiously in how you are navigating this new chapter for yourself. Detaching from the energy from the past is going to be one of the most important things that you can do, although they may be difficult. But again, this is what's coming through. Okay. Validation, confirmation of what I've been saying here since the top of the reading, that all these three cards came. But the strings here is detaching, like literally energetically detaching from what is distracting you. Because what's going on here behind the scenes, whether you want to admit it or not, energetically, there's a lot of kind of hold here. So at the end of the day, we all have free will. and we can't control the outcome of things. What we can do is that we can put as much energy, focus, talent, and ability in the things that we, want to create. We have the ability to regain our focus by, again, feeling confident, empowering ourselves so that we can reach the status in our career, finances, and so forth. But we can only do that if we don't allow ourselves to get distracted from that goal. And although it may be a little bit difficult pill to swallow, but romance, you got to look beyond the romance. You got to look beyond that in order for you to be able to, again, achieve what you want to achieve here. Okay. And it's a little bit of that duality that it's kind of here present, which is the reason why here on caution, you have the number 22. Okay. 2. There's a little bit of a duality. It's like, I know what I need to do. I know what I want to do. I know what I have to do, but there's a ego, pride, or just my emotions that I'm struggling with that. Okay. All right, so let's get your last and final card here, and that's going to be focusing on the advice that's coming through here for you, the potential advice. Where is that whole big deck of cards? Okay, here it is. All right, so let's take a look at that, and of course, we'll take a look at what mindset you need to have in order to maximize uh, your your potential here, especially here with this, because it's coming through at your third eye. I'm sorry, your solar plexus chakra. Okay. Solar plexus chakra is the third chakra. As I said, it's not the third eye, it's the third chakra. All right, give me a second. Everything is all over the place here. Bake to 15. I hope these messages have been insightful. I hope they've given you the clarity that you need in order to, again, maximize and kind of go through. I do feel that there is a lot of very good potential here for you career-wise. And you have a lot of talent and ability in something. And I feel like you're going to be, listen, it's coming across as like very well known. It could end up being a celebrity. I don't know. Maybe you are a celebrity already. Okay. But there's this sense of like, people are going to know of you. It's coming across as that. You're going to be in the spotlight, so to speak. And if you are a celebrity, you don't need to share that with us. But I'm just saying it's coming across as that. It's like you're going to be reaching the stars, so to speak. Okay. So that is coming through here very, very strongly. So I don't know if there's something here in acting or Hollywood or just a well-known person in a specific field. But yeah, very, very beautiful energy here. So it's coming across as that energy. And because it's that mirroring effect, like I mentioned here, because like I said, that mirroring effect here, you both could be on that road. Okay. And again, it said here, like I said here at the top of the reading, it says mirror. So both of you could be in a very good type of, field where people will know who both of you are. Okay. It doesn't have to be, but again, that mirroring, and we are talking about that soulmate energy. You both could be mirroring that energy in your own careers. It could be different things, it could be different careers, but you're going to be very well known in what you do. Okay, so just don't forget about me over here, this little person over here. All right, let's take a look here at what else is coming through for you. Last but not least, he says here, jump in. Jump in. Take the opportunities to move forward in your life, okay? Don't be looking at the rearview mirror. It says the stars won't all line up for you. Stop waiting for all the conditions to align perfectly. Try what you've been doubting and take a step with confidence. Does it sound familiar? Because I was talking about that. I said your solar plexus chakra here is bing, 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 bing. Okay? Believe in yourself and have faith that things will work out in the way that they need to work out. Okay. Try what you've been doubting and take a step with confidence. Sometimes action precedes perfection. This moment is when you need to jump in, okay? There could be something that you've been longing for a very long time, very much connected to career, very much connected to stability, okay? So I'm just letting you know it keeps coming up. I don't know what it is, and you don't need to share, but whatever this is going to be very, very good for you. Something that I feel is something you have a natural knack and ability towards. I told you, the Magician card in tarot. Okay. It may even have a lot to do with with communication. So whether it's speaking, whether it's thinking clearly, whether it's writing or speaking, there is something very heavy here having to do with that. And it's like you're going to be well known for this. All right. So keep your eye on the prize. Look what just popped out of the deck here for you. Last but not least, you have my life is a joyous adventure. Like I said, moving forward with optimism, moving forward with a sense of confidence, believing in yourself, empowering yourself, moving forward, not looking at the rearview mirror. I trust myself in my decisions, okay? So trust that where you're being guided to here, there may be a possibility here of you getting something that you've been longing for a very long time. It's not about love. Okay, it's about career. I'm being very specific because it's coming on very, very specific. That being said, I hope these messages have been insightful here. Bake 215. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up, like, share, and continue to subscribe to the channel. I'll read anything if you did write anything in the chat in a moment. But first, for those of you who are watching, welcome. Shaylee, you are up next, my dear. And then after Shaylee, we have Ed. Okay, so I haven't taken a look at the chat lately because I've been channeling messages, but yeah, that's what I have for you here, Bake 215. I wish you the best of luck in everything. Again, I just channel what I see, and sometimes it may seem a little bit kind of like that is not what I want to hear, but it may be something that you need to know in order for you to continue moving on up. Okay. All right. So that being said, thank you so much for, trusting me in this journey. And thank you again. All right. All right, Intuitive friends, I'm going to place these cards back into the decks. But as I do that, I want to share for those of you who are new to the channel, my name is Lexa Tarot, and I am a second-degree Reiki practitioner, as well as an intuitive tarot and oracle reader. And if you're interested in learning more about me, my client testimonials, or my credentials, take a look down below in the description box. All that information is down below, as well as in the chat if you're watching me here through the chat as well, okay? So there we go, Intuitive friends. For those of you who are my current subscribers, welcome. Thank you so much for your love, your loyalty, and your support. Don't forget to take a look at your February readings. Those are coming up, okay? So when you see your February reading, don't forget to drop a rose if it resonates. And at the very least, please give me a thumbs up. That lets me know that you are enjoying your monthly messages, okay? All right, Intuitive friends, we're going to continue here. Up next, we have Shaylee. Shaylee is up next. I want to thank all of you for your generosity. And of course, Shaylee, I want to thank you as well. I want to thank all of you who have donated generously, to the readings that you're getting today. So thank you so much for your love, your loyalty, and of course, your support. All right, Intuitive friends, we're going to jump into Shaylee's reading here in a moment. I think my thing froze here. Hold on. Yeah, it froze. Hold on. So the last thing I have here is, oh, thank you, Lexa. That's it. So let's give it a refresh and see what's going on. Yes. Yes, I'm focused on my career. Yes, they will know of both of us. I won't forget you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so funny. Thank you. Thank you. Well, listen, I wish you the very best as always. And yeah, so yeah, your career is looking really good, by the way. It's looking like career-wise, very, very good. Okay. All right. Up next, we have, and don't worry, intuitive friends, because I know we're all in different time zones. I'm in the Eastern Standard Time zone, so my time zone tends to be the latest one. So if you can't, if you know, if you did a reading and you can't stick around because maybe in your time zone is like, I don't know, super late, then just know that you did a super chat live. I'm still gonna do your reading. I'm just gonna, you could always come back to take a look at it later, okay? But yeah, it's still early on my end. All right, so Shaylee, thank you, my love. Thank you for your generosity. Says, what's going on with my soulmate that I met in the end of December? Okay, Nico. Okay, let's see. So what's going on with the soulmate? Okay, so here I need a distinction here. Do you want to know what's going on with this person only? Or do you want to know what's going on between you and this person? Because if it's you and this person, it's the mutual energy between the both. Or are you asking only about this person? Okay, so if you can just give me that clarity there, I would greatly appreciate it. Only because it changes. It changes the dynamic. Okay, so we are romantically connected, and I know he's my soulmate because of his astrology. But oh, both. Okay, perfect. So that's it. So that's what I'm looking for. We're looking at the mutual energy here. So what's going on? What is possibly going on here? In this mutual energy, soulmate energy here between Nico and Shaylee. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so let's see what's going on. What is possibly going on here? What's possibly coming through here for Shaylee and Nico? Now, as you know, this deck has messages on both. I'm reading from this direction, okay? All right, Shaylee, thank you again for your beautiful generosity. And let's see here. What is possibly going on here in this connection? Ooh, something flipped over. Hold on. Well, what's going on is there's a lot of passion. Look at that. Ding, ding, ding. There's a lot of passion. Feelings come and go, or the chemistry. Oh, wait, flickering. Okay, get it. There's a lot of passion. Sometimes it's stronger, sometimes it's not as strong. Doesn't mean that it's not there. There could be some factors happening in the background, but there is passion here. Okay? There's passion. There are moments that it seems more intense than other times, okay? So just want to say that also. Let's see what else is coming through. Okay, flickering passion. Ooh, pace of pleasure. Okay, so pace of pleasure. Resist the rush. Adapt a slower stride and savor each moment's essence. Okay. Here we go. Number one, what I'm feeling here energetically, you and Nico, yes, there's a lot of passion. Okay. There's chemistry, there's attraction. There may be one person who is more attracted or deeply, like feeling it more than someone else. Not because they don't feel it, but they may not be as vocal about it. So someone here may be a little bit quieter about it. Or there may be times here where there's a lot of passion coming in, and then all of a sudden it kind of dies out. And then there's a lot of passion again, or chemistry and attraction, and then it dies out. So it's coming across as that rubber band energy, right? However, this may come, however, this is showing up, there's still some type of passion or attraction. If it's not passion, it's attraction. If it's not attraction, it's chemistry. Okay. It doesn't feel like it's 1,000% every single day. It doesn't feel like that. It feels like, yes, the chemistry is there. Yes, the attraction is there. Yes, the magnetism is there, but there's this kind of like rubber band effect energy. Sometimes it's a little stronger, sometimes it fades. Sometimes we hear from each other, sometimes we don't. There's that kind of like, you know what I mean? It's not consistent. Or if it is consistent, the consistency of the passion isn't there. Okay. That doesn't mean it's not being felt. Whoa, that was okay. I didn't do anything and the light is perfectly fine. Uh, but it did that big flash there. Um, but the feeling is there. Okay. Now, here with pace of pleasure, the instantaneous attraction, and I'm going to say it. Listen, I don't know what's going on in this connection or whatever this is. Okay. This, connection, partnership. But there were two people very drawn to each other very quickly. Whether it was the charisma, whether it was the energy, whether it was, I don't know, maybe this feeling like, man, even though I don't know you, I feel like I've known you. Whatever this is, okay, whatever this energy is or was, or however, okay, whatever tense, this is saying do not allow the chemistry, the passion, the fireworks that occurred instantaneously to be the driving force of whatever is going on here. And I'll tell you why. Because emotions are fickle. Chemistry is fickle. Okay. A dopamine hit when you meet someone and there's a lot of instant attraction could wear down as time unfolds. So that's the reason here why there's that kind of boom. Yeah, we're like really into each other energetically, mentally, communication wise. And then all of a sudden there's a pause. And then there's a, you know, So, pace of pleasure says resist the rush, adapt a slower stride, and savor each moment's essence. It's important that whomever this person is, that the connection between the both of you is slow pace because there may be this feeling here. Maybe one person feeling very kind of, I want to hang on to this person's energy. I really like them. This is the person that I'm going to be with for the rest of my life. Oh my God, I love them, blah, 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 blah. But not have a lot of substance of why, right? Why? Because passion is at the forefront. The chemistry is ruling the connection. Whereas if you take, maybe the other person isn't that way. Maybe they're kind of like, yeah, I really like you, but I'm not like, or you know what? Maybe there are other things going on behind the scenes. Whatever it is, time is important here for both of you to get to know each other. Okay? Because passion is fickle. It could be there very intense one day and it could be at zero the next. And sometimes, and I'm not saying this is the case for you, I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, if we rush too quickly to engage physically, emotionally, mentally, or in other ways because of passion, we may regret that later because we're not learning who the person is. We're not understanding their core values. It becomes very superficial. Okay? So, super going on in this connection that there's passion. The passion may come and go. There's this energetic, rubber. Sometimes it's hot and heavy. Sometimes I don't hear about you. That inconsistency alone is saying, be careful. That inconsistency alone, okay? Because when two people feel equally about each other, there's not going to be a hot and cold situation, okay? It's going to be intentional, and the intentionality is going to be consistent, unless there's some shenanigans going on here behind the scenes on someone's end. And if there is, this is the reason why this is saying it's time to take things slowly. Okay? So let's continue to unpack and unfold here and see what else is coming through in regards to this connection. Okay, what is possibly going on here? In this connection here with Shaylee and Nico. Give me more clarity here. Up next, we have Ed. So Ed, you're going to have to wait a couple more, a few more minutes here. But don't worry, Ed, if you can't stay on, I'm still going to do your reading, and you could always come back later and take a look at it, okay? All right, let's see what's coming through. More clarity here between Shaylee and Nico. What's possibly going on here? What's possibly going on here? Unfiltered truth. Listen carefully. Yes, there's passion here. Yes, there may be similarities on an astrological level, meaning the birth charts. There's something here that needs more time to unfold. Okay? That's the tea that's coming through. Why? This says unfiltered truth. Someone will speak their unfiltered truth. Something here may not be what it seems. There may have been communication, passionate, may have felt or may feel very deep. You may say, wow, there's like a deep, connection here going on here. Like, I feel like we had a very intimate conversation. There may be some details here that may not be shared, okay? There may be something here behind the scenes that you may not be aware about. Or there may be more details because, from my own experience, okay, people tell you what they want to tell you, not what you need to know. Always remember that. Anytime, not in this context, but I'm saying, like in the real world out there, okay, especially when there's passion, attraction, and chemistry, people will only tell you what they want you to know. So they may tell you a story of an ex, but they're not going to give you all the details. They're going to give you the details that show the narrative that they want to show you. Oh yeah, me and my mother had a horrible disagreement, but they're not going to tell you that they called the cops and threw the parent out the house. You know what I mean? That's just an example of that, So people are going to share what they want to share in the capacity that they want to share it, so it doesn't destroy either the opportunity for chemistry or an opportunity here for whatever. And again, that example is just one that, I just threw out there. I'm not saying that that's the situation here, right? So there may be some more details that through time will be uncovered, but may not be uncovered right now because of the attraction that's going on here. So whatever behind the scene truth, details, narrative, circumstances, challenges, obstacles, they're not being said at 100%. So this could be anything from choosing to omit some truths. saying something like, and again, this is another example. I'm not saying that this is your case. Yeah, I do drink frequently, right? But behind the scenes, the person is a functional alcoholic. There's a difference between, yeah, I drink, I drink from time to time, or yeah, sometimes I drink a lot, to a person who's an alcoholic. Same thing with substance abuse or vices or patterns, whatever this may be talking about. Doesn't have to talk about those things. I'm just giving you some examples. So something here is not coming out as clearly as it should because there's certain appearances here that are trying to be kept. Behind what is being said, there's a lot of background noise that you may not be aware about, okay? Circle of drama. Ding, 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 ding. Or the tea that's being spilled is saying, yes, there's passion. Yes, there may be a rubber band effect. Okay. I'm getting issues with my internet. So if it does cut off, I'm coming right back. Okay, guys? All right. Okay, so there we go. Hello? Can you guys see me, hear me? Okay. We're good? All right, yeah, I can see. Okay, we're good. There's something here about the circle of drama. There's some drama happening behind the scenes. I'm not surprised. I just channeled that a little while ago. This is just giving me validation confirmation. And it involves more than one person. Okay? It involves more than just, it may not even have anything to do with you. So you may have some things happening in your end. This person may have other things happening on their end. Okay? There's a circle of drama here, which is the reason why this is saying resist the rush, adapt a slower stride, savor each moment's essence. Because if you rush towards something of a friendship or connection because the chemistry is there, you're only going by the superficial type of energy. You're not going deeper. And although someone's astrological natal chart may show that there is a connection here, on the besides the astrological chart, there are things here that really could affect here the connection. Okay? So this is coming across as something that needs to be taken not only very slowly, but also take whatever is said with a grain of salt, okay, in regards to whatever Nico may share with you, because there's something more happening here. It says, whether it's your social circle or whether it's Nico's social circle, it says it's full of dramatic changes. So this could be a person there's always some issue, and the issue may always be someone else. It's never them. It's always someone else's. There's always someone that I point the finger to. It's never me. This person may have a tendency to, say, listen, the reason why that happened is because I did X, Y, and Z. And if they do say it's what they did, X, Y, and Z, there may be more details there that they may not want you to know. I'm feeling that there is some information here that it's not being fully disclosed. Okay, so just keep that in the back of your mind. Let's see, give me more clarity here in regards to the circle of drama and in regards to a truth here that may not be shining as brightly here. I feel that there are superficial details. There's superficial conversations that someone can say or manipulate and say, that was so vulnerable. That was very vulnerable for me to do. But in reality, it's not the full story. Okay. So Let's see. Let's see what else is coming through. Give me more details here. But it's coming across as that type of energy. And the thing is that what's difficult here about the moment that we have chemistry and passion, and the moment that, takes or, is at the forefront of any connection, all of a sudden we start kind of allowing these shenanigan things in the background. We start giving a pass for things that normally we wouldn't do for other people. So again, there's this energy here of being just cautious about this energy, okay? So jumping in just because there's a chemistry, yeah. Friendly, yeah. There may be, again, this may be starting out as a friendship. This, there may be, like I said, superficial energy. You know, presenting things in a certain way, talking about things in a certain way, making it seem like, oh, that's really, it's really not that much of a situation because, I have control about what's going on, trying to make it seem like, yeah, it's not a big issue. And again, I'm going to go back to what I channeled earlier. And again, this is just an example. It doesn't have to be this, but I'm just using it because it's something that, is, concrete, type of example, not an example that is connected to here, but it could be something like, yeah, I drink I drink, I like to drink. I like to drink, right? You kind of look at that statement, you're like, oh, okay, cool. This person's being very straightforward. They like to drink, they like to, you know, behind the scenes they're a functional alcoholic. You see what I'm saying? They're not going to come and say, oh, hello, I'm a person who is, whatever. you know they may not do that. And if they do, there's probably, if they're willing to say that, there's probably like, oh yeah, I've been to jail like 50 times but just don't want to tell you. You know what I mean? Like there's more. So that's kind of the energy here. Okay. So again, the person and the energy here is friendly. You're being friendly. This person is being friendly. You're getting to know each other. Hey, there's nothing negative about that, right? But again, there could be some underlying circus event happening here. It says, I come with warmth and good intentions, bringing joy and light to your life. Okay. Leverage. Okay. What's after leverage? Goodbye. Yeah, that's that energy that I keep going, that it feels hot and cold. So we're going to take that and add that here. So leverage. Oh my gosh. I want you to open up and trust me so that I can use fill in the blank. This could be your secrets. This could be, they can use your friendly, generous energy into whatever it is that they want to manipulate a certain situation or manipulate certain facts. Okay. So again, leverage there is coming through. They could also be leveraging a situation, like I said, in this possible T situation here, where they're saying a lot of things, and you're like, wow, they're being very open about something that normally someone else wouldn't be open about. But there may be more cast of characters behind the scenes, and then that is not being opened. Okay, so it's only opening up to a point. Okay. Someone could be leveraging your generosity, your friendliness, okay, your opportunity, to be compassionate, and, your intelligence. Okay. There could be a lot of different ways people could leverage certain things, but that is coming through. Goodbye. It says the moment has come to part ways. Our paths are diverging and it's time to let go. Bingo. I talked about that at the top of the reading where I said flickering passion. Yes, a lot of passion very quickly, chemistry, attraction, coming forward and coming to the forefront. However, come and go, rubber band effect happening. Could be because there are things happening behind the scenes, which is why, even though astrologically the person may seem, as you wrote in the chat, on your super chat, although astrologically they may seem like a good connection, the reality behind the scenes may be a whole different story. Okay. So let's continue to unravel. Let's continue to unpack. And let's see what else is coming through. And I also feel here there's this energy. I mean, this message that's coming through about friendly. Like, if there needs to be a boundary here, right? So if we're friends, then we're just friends, right? And even though there may be here a little bit of chemistry, understanding what are some of the things that you do with friends and in friendships, and some things that you don't or would not allow someone to do, right? So it's also being able to be very clear, okay, about that. So yeah, because there's this energy here that's coming through in regards to that. But let's see what else is coming through. All right. Up next, we have Ed. Honor and good luck, and the key. Okay. The key says locked doors can now be opened. Okay. All right. Honor and good luck. Okay. Keeping things very open, very casual. Being friends is fine. There's nothing wrong, and I just said it. There's nothing wrong with being friends. There's nothing with getting to know someone on that level. But understanding that if we're friends, then that's what we are, right? If we're going to proceed as friends, for me, and I'm not saying that this is your standard, I'm saying just for myself, I don't make out with my friends. I don't sleep with my friends, right? Because we're friends. There's a very big divide between friends and something more than friends, right? So when that boundary is very clear and it's healthy, it's better to, it's an easier way to manage where people are moving towards in regards to the type of connection. So if we're friends, we're getting to know each other as friends, that's fine. Okay? That there isn't anything negative with that. However, when it's not clear and when there's this energy of like blurred boundaries, that's when it gets a little bit complicated. That's when then we get into the, oh, we're friends but it's complicated. So if you don't want to open the door to complications, then don't put the key in that door. Or the opposite, if you don't want any complications, don't allow someone to put the key in your door. You know what I mean? Wink, wink. Okay, catch my drift. So I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm just saying that that's what's coming through here in regards to this, right? So just be in that awareness. Now let me see. Did you? Yes, there are reasons for soulmate connections for sure. We learn and we grow 100%. 100%. Okay. Sometimes the learning and the growing is a little difficult. Sometimes the learning and the growing is breaking up, and then, like, oh my God, I have a broken heart. Or sometimes the learning and the growing is two people saying, you know what, we're going to continue in this connection. Because that's what is like, see, people think that soulmate connections are just easy peasy. No, that's the connection that you're going to have the most amount of challenge in. It's going to be the most challenging because that person is meant to mirror the things that you still need to heal. And if you haven't still healed those things, it's going to come up. It's going to flare up. So very, very, very interesting. All right, let's see what's going on with the T. Look at that. There's this energy here of keeping in communication, keeping in contact, or wanting to check in. Now, I feel that this check in, maybe there's still communication between you and this person, maybe not. If there is not, Listen carefully. This person is trying to see how you're doing, maybe in a roundabout way. This could also be you. You may be trying to find out what's going, what's going on with this person, because there's this hot and cold energy. There's this like high and by, hot and cold, what's going on. So whether it's that you are looking at their social media accounts, or whether this person is looking at your social media account in order to gain more clarity. Okay. So I know it says they're spy. It could be that. It could also be, checking in on each other. Hey, what's up? How are you doing? There could be that type of energy here. Again, as long as it's done with a good intention, as long as both are doing it in a respectful manner, and we all know where we are in our own lanes, then it isn't an issue. It's an issue when someone is trying to sell themselves as something that they're not, or try to not really allow the clarity to come through in some type of drama that they may be going through in their lives, and they may be using the friendship as a form of leverage here for something else. Okay, so that is when it becomes a little like red flag, right? So again, there could be this checking up from time to time. There could be this energy here. What else did I write here? Gathering. Yeah, gathering information, gathering, things here. So again, checking up, finding out what's going on. Okay. So locked doors can now be opened. So I do feel that there is this sense of someone trying to, either you looking at their social media, them looking at your social media, trying to find out what's going on with Shaylee, or hey, what's going on with Nico, or hey, Nico said this, but let me see what's going on in their social media. Same thing, vice versa, okay? Because this is that mutual energy here, okay? So that's coming through here. Very straightforward. Let's take a look here at this next deck. By the way, I have a whole brand new deck that I have. I haven't even opened it. I want to open. I have to open it later. All right, let's see what's coming on here. What's coming through here? Give me more clarity here in regards to this. Look what flipped over. I'm reading from this side. Okay. So we have, yes, hot opportunities, fired up, burning desires. You see, there's attraction. We know that. I said it from the top of the reading. Flickering passion. There's emotion, there's connection, there's feelings. So what's going on? What's possibly going on in this connection here, or friendship, however we want to word that? There's a lot of chemistry here. Okay. There may also be here, okay, I'm gonna have to say, there may also be here a type of sexual tension here also, that, I really want this person, but I know that I can't right now. That type of energy. Resistant to change, upsetting news, and accident. Okay, so again, the same message that I channeled before. Yes, there's a lot of passion. Yes, there's chemistry. Yes, there's an attraction. Okay. But there needs more time here for something to unravel and unfold. Okay. Someone here, I'm going to leave it open, whomever this may be, either you or him, may be shouting from the hills, I am a different person now. I have learned my lesson. I'm no longer that way. I have changed. I'm a changed person, And there may be There may be a change. They may possibly be a different person. But there's a saying in Spanish, tell me who you hang out with and I'm going to tell you who you are. In other words, there may be either that may be factual, or that may be someone just saying that because they may still be running in circles that may be very dramatic. Okay. Or they may have habits that create the drama in their life. Okay. And what this card is saying here is that this person, or there's something here, whether it's a person or a pattern, whether you or this other person, because this is mutual energy, there's a resistance here to want to see the light in a different way or want to really, really, truly change. Okay. So someone here may say, well, no, it's a problem, but it's a problem that I can handle. Yeah, there's drama, but I can handle it. Instead of just not being part of the drama or resorting to more drastic, clear, strong boundaries, they don't want to do that because that's going to require some sort of decision or some sort of like, that's it, the book stops here. And, they may not be ready for this. So they may say, yes, I'm different, but are you really? Right? So there is a resistance here. And the thing is that and it says upsetting news here, whatever may come forward as time goes by will be letting you know through time, through consistency or lack of consistency, it will show you here what this person is really about or what the intentions are in this friendship or connection or just this person that you may have met in December. Okay. So as time unfolds, more will be revealed. But the important part here is to make sure, like I said, the only person that can open the door to your fill in the blank, to your heart, to your home, to your safe boundaries is someone that you allow and give the key to. So again, this key is something that is earned, not just given just because there's a lot of chemistry or a lot of attraction or that there's a lot of quote unquote stories to kind of like, oh, this, what I'm saying, trying to proceed, they're trying to show something that they're really not. Okay, so that is how this is coming through. Now, let's give you, let me find something out here. What could be the rush here? What is this rush? What is this, give me more clarity, more about what the rush of passion, what rush of chemistry could be signaling potentially here. What's this like fiery energy here be signaling? Okay, what could it be like giving us mixed signals here? What's the underlining root? Because love bombing, hello, and I'm not saying that's what's going on here, but love bombing is a trauma here. It says embracing uncertainty, not knowing what's next is not failure. It's an opportunity for reinvention. Yeah, it's more awareness. Okay. It's getting to know someone deeper. Rebirth and renewal. You are emerging from this darkness, transformed. The new version of you is waiting. Yep. So someone can say that they've changed, but it's only through their actions and it's only through the new circle of people that they surround themselves with. It's only with what the person can show. Okay, so if someone is saying, yeah, I'm a different person, well, give me evidence that you are a different person. What is it that you're doing differently? How are you moving different? Give me actionable, okay? Give me evidence, proof. Oh, I'm a new person. Why should I take words at face value? There needs to be here some sort of this is what's going on. And there needs to be here the sense of like, well, I need to verify. How do I know? How do I know that that's true? Right? You could only know through what is built over time in a friendship. The longer that you connect with someone, the longer someone you are friends with someone, the more you really get to know who they are as a person. Okay? Certain fundamental things do not change. Okay? Someone's core value, core, like they always say, the tiger can't change his stripes. Even if we paint the tiger all in one color, when it rains, the paint is going to slide and the stripes are going to be seen. So at the end of the day, there's a lot here having to do with, well, what awareness do we need to have here about the possibility, right, of this friendship? So again, rebirth and renewal. You are emerging from the darkness transformed. The new version of you is waiting. That is very powerful. That gives me like the death card in tarot. Scorpionic energy, the ending of a cycle here. Okay. There are things that are out of this person's control that they've had to learn the hard way, or some lessons here, whether it's them or whether it's you, that have been heard, that have been you had to learn it the hard way. And that's why this is saying, in regards to this connection, time is needed to evaluate. Time is needed to see, to check in, to verify, you know, to find out truths. Is it true? Okay, to find out, well, why, what circles are you running with? Who are your best friends? What are they like? What's their background story? So a lot of that is coming through here. Again, friendly is coming up here, as I said, and honor and good luck. So there's beautiful positive energies, but there's the awareness of that there's more behind the scenes or underneath certain layers here. Okay, this is going to be the last deck, and then I'm going to give you an advice. Okay, and then what mindset you need to have in order to maximize the positivity of this connection. Okay, all right, what's coming through here? And we have union of love. It says embrace the beloved within your heart. So there's definitely here a sense of a heart-to-heart connection also, through the passion, through the chemistry, through the sense of like, there's a burning desire here. So we can't, I've said this from the top of the reading, there's passion. Okay. And again here with, yep, there's passion. Okay. It's becoming aware of everything involved. Okay. Because it feels like there's multiple pieces here. Okay. Unwinding here. Yeah. Trust your gut level feeling. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Very, very interesting reading here. Okay. Now let's take a look at the last deck. And up next we have Ed, you're up next. Give me 1 second here. All right, so let's get to the nitty gritty here. What is the advice for you here? Okay, Shaylee, I want to thank you again for your beautiful generosity, for your love, your loyalty, and your support. And of course, what I'll do with the extra donation that you gave, I will use it here in if you want to use it for your in the free reading section, or when I come back and do a you ask sorry a what's going on with, you could use it then also. Okay, so you let me know, but I'm definitely going to write a note so I don't forget. All right, let's see, last and final card before I give you the, oh, where's the other one? This one is also I'm using tonight. Okay, what advice is there here for you? Potential advice, possible advice. Okay, so we do this. And we have here abundance awaits, okay? Abundance awaits. It says the belief in your heart will determine the arrival of the abundance. The universe's richness is already prepared for you. All you need is to believe you are worthy of it and really and fully open your heart to receive. Breathe deeply, let go of fears, welcome the endless abundance that's yours, okay? So with time, you will start to see, are or is this connection worth your time and investment? Through time, Pentacles energy, like I said, slow moving energy, and again, connected to pace of pleasure, which says resist the rush, adopt a slower stride, savor each moment's essence. Okay. The more you get to know someone, the more you're able to see, do they cherish you as you cherish them? Okay. You get to know more about a person. Okay. You also get to develop a deeper knowledge and awareness. Are they consistent? Are they patient? Are they disciplined? Okay. So time with Pentacles energy here opens up with that. So again, abundance await. The belief in your heart will determine the arrival of your abundance. So you're open. Okay. The universe richness is already prepared for you. All you need to do is believe you're worthy of it. Okay. So if you know you're worthy of something, Pentacles energy, you're not going to allow someone to be hot and cold, right? You're not going to allow someone to come and go as they please. Okay. You're not free open access here. Okay. You're going to have some boundaries. Listen, if and this could be here with this person, if we're going to be friends, then we're friends. If you're going to be consistent, then be consistent. If not, like, what's the point of trying to establish a friendship if you're not putting in the work of, creating a friendship, okay, of sustaining the longevity of, becoming friends, what it requires to be friends, right? Yeah, so it says breathe deeply, let go of your fear, or let go of fear, and welcome the endless abundance that is yours. Okay, time is going to show you who values you and who values you and who respects you as well. Last but not least, your last and final card. By the way, intuitive friends, the list is closed. I forgot to write it down below in the chat, but Ed is the last person that is receiving. Oh, okay, so this flipped over. It says, my possibilities are endless. Your possibilities are endless with whomever you choose to connect with, because your abundance doesn't lay all, like, your ability to connect isn't just one person. You have a very natural ability to connect with multiple people, with people who really value you, who want to connect with you, okay, who may be at your standard as well, okay? So for you to understand that your possibilities are endless with, different people that you can connect with in general, okay? So that being said, Shaylee, I hope these messages have been insightful. I'm getting a lot of and I said this before, I'm getting a lot of earth energy here. I don't know if I said it before, but this the fact that you have pentacles here. I'm getting pentacle, I'm getting earth, and I'm getting fire. Okay, so earth, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, and I'm getting fire, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. So just want to make you aware of that. Okay. That being said, all right. Thank you so much, Shaylee, for your love, your generosity, and your support. Our last and final, reading here is for Ed. Okay. So Ed, what is your question? What's anything I need to know about Madison? Okay. So about the person. So you want me to channel about the person. What's going on? What's possibly going on with Madison, right? Just let me know if that's the case. Thank you so much. Yes, a lot of earth. Okay, wonderful. I hope this has brought some type of clarity for you. Okay, my love. Take care, and I'll see you soon. Now, remember, you have already something on standby already, okay? So just feel free to use it whenever you wish. All right. That being said, anything that's possibly coming through. Okay, no worries. All right, Ed, we're gonna do that in a minute. But first, for those of you who are watching, welcome. My name is Lexa Tarot. This reading is for those of you who want to take part in the super chat live. Of course, the reading is now closed. Okay, I'm only doing the last reading, and that is for Ed. But the list has closed already. If you want to take part in future lives that are, spilling the tea, well, all you need to do is turn on your notification bell and all alerts, and then just hop on when I do it. Now, I also do free readings also on my channel, and I do those readings for those of you who are subscribers only to my channel. So if you are a subscriber, guess what? I do free readings here. They're quick, they're 5-minute mini readings, and of course, they're first come, first serve. But the most important thing about those mini readings is that you need to be a part of my channel. So if you are a subscriber and you come and you turn on your notification bell and all alerts, then you're going to be alerted. Okay. And then once you are alerted, then just hurry up and get to the chat because it is first come, first serve. Okay. So that being said, intuitive friends, if this part of the reading of a super chat live is not something you want, please feel free to take part in the free mini readings. Now, I also provide content on my channel. I have pickle cards as well as the monthly readings, which February readings are coming up. So you're going to be able to see that on the channel. I have couple readings, single readings, pick a card readings, energy healing, and daily affirmations in that playlist as well. So there's lots of everything. Just take a look in the playlist. Connections and separation. There's lots there. So feel free to take a look at the playlist and explore what I have there. Okay. All right, intuitive friends. I'm just making sure I'm putting everything back in its place. And then we're going to jump into our last and final reading. And that is for Ed. Intuitive friends, I want to thank all of you who have come through by giving a thumbs up, all of you who have donated, all of you who have taken part in the super live. I greatly appreciate it. Where did that come from? Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your love and your loyalty and support. Take a look at the memberships. They're there for those of you who are interested. I do readings for tier number 2 and tier number 3. Tier number 1, the Oracle of Thanks, is again just kind of contributing to the channel. It doesn't include any free readings or any readings, but it does allow you the opportunity to get a spot when available during the free mini live readings. Okay. So There are times that, I take 5 people, sometimes 10, sometimes 8, sometimes 7. And once I close the reading, then it's closed for everyone. But if you are a member, whether it's tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, I will always have a reserved spot for you to jump in and kind of still be part of the free readings, even if it's closed to everyone else. Okay, so if that is something that you may be interested, and no worries, if you want more information about the tiers, all you need to do is take a look at the join button, click it so that you can see the perks and all the information that comes with all of the tiers. And that may be something there in any of those 3 tiers that may be beneficial here for some of you. If you're looking for more, there's more through the memberships. Okay. All right, intuitive friends, our last and final reading, and we have here, it's for Ed. Woo! Hello, Ed. Welcome. Welcome to the live. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your generosity. And let's find out what's going on with Madison. Okay, let's see what's going on with Madison. Okay. No, give me 1 second here. What's going on with Madison? Oh, my phone is all over the place. What's going on with Madison? So what? Ooh. What's going on with Madison in regards to Ed? So what's going on with Madison? So Ed, I'm focusing on Madison's energy. Okay. So what's going on with Madison? What's going on? What's the tea? What's possibly going on with Madison that Ed needs to know? What's possibly going on? What is possibly going on with Madison that Ed needs to know? Okay, and we have here mapping the way, explore, love, and unearth unexpected treasures. Okay, there's a sense here that there could be some type of emotional connection here, or at least interest in some way, shape, or form. Now, you didn't mention the context of what Madison's energy is. I don't know if it's someone you like, someone that likes you. I don't know if you're in a connection with Madison. I don't know what's going on here with the Madison connection. But what I can tell you that Madison's energy here, it does say love. So I will say that what's coming through is that there is a sense of admiration, or this person, Madison, may like you. Okay, there's some sort of attraction here of some sorts. All right, now if Madison is not a love connection here in any way, shape, or form, there just could be here the sense of like someone feeling like, hey, you know what, I'm navigating through life. I want to get to know you a little bit better. Okay. So I do feel that there's some type of love connection here, or at least an attraction, for that being said, because again, mapping the way, Madison, what you need to know about Madison is explore, love, and unearth unexpected treasures. There may be something here that may be unfolding in Madison's journey. Now, this journey could be the journey of the friendship. This could be the journey of this person getting to know you better. This could be just the journey of them, just again going through life. But there's something about this person's journey that is very much connected here to exploring something, whether it's exploring the friendship, exploring the connection. Maybe there's like a secret admirer type of energy going on here. Maybe there's this sense of like, there's a peak of interest of some sort on Madison's end. But this mapping the way is this sense of uncharted territory, okay? There could be something that is being kind of like, I wonder if, or I've known Ed for a long time, but you know what? I wonder if, that type of energy is what I'm getting here, okay? There's going to be more, but that's what I'm getting here. Let's get a little bit more in regards to this. There may be this sense of like, I want to get to know you better, or if you are already like in a friendship, it's like the more that both of you speak to each other, the more that there's a sense of exploring. There could be here some type of commonalities here in something I'm getting. I don't know if it's like maybe the same heritage or there's a similarity here. Even if like the cultures are different, there could be something here that may be a little bit the same. Because I'm getting here about like culture, travel, especially with the maps here. All right, let's see what else is coming through. Give me more clarity here. What's going on? What is possibly going on here with Madison? Unlock the gate, explore the unknown, and walk the new paths together. Yeah, there's a curiosity here, wanting to explore something. Like 2 cards. By the way, look how many cards are here. They're both talking about navigating and exploring. I feel this person wants to explore something with you. They want to get to know you better. If you and this person already know each other and have been getting to know each other for quite some time, there's a sense of curiosity here of wanting more, or curious about the what if we move in a different direction. Okay. So unlock the gate here is coming through the sense of the unknown. Again, exploring a new element of the friendship, exploring a new direction, gaining more insight here. Do we stay as friends or can we move in a different direction? Okay, so I do feel that there's this sense of curiosity. There may be here this sense, like I said, this person is more open to you being part of that exploration that they want to do. Okay, especially if it's love related. Okay, so there could be an attraction. There could be like this person could be more open to the possibility of developing something here. Okay, through the journey of friendship or as time has evolved here for the both of you. So, explore love is again the sense of chemistry, or at the very least, the curiosity here of what could unfold if we move in a certain direction. Okay, if we get out of the friend zone and we go and travel through the chemistry that's being felt, or the liking of each other, or the fondness of the friendship, there's at the very least a peak of interest and a sense of curiosity here in regards to that. Okay, so very, very interesting energy coming through. Let's see what else is coming through here in regards to this person. I do feel that if Madison was a bit guarded before, okay, Ed, if Madison was guarded before, I am picking up this energy of being more open to the possibility of. So maybe there was, I don't know if you and Madison have known each other for some time. So I'm going to give you 2 different scenarios. If this is a person that you've known for quite some time, and perhaps before there was this energy of like this person being a little bit more guarded, more you know, pushing back, like, no, I could only be your friend. I don't see you as anything more, like that type of energy. Then now there's more of a like, yeah, there's a possible curiosity here. There's like, I'm catching some feelings here, you know, and I'm more open to seeing a possible either outcome or a possible kind of like, all right, I'm more open to the possibility of this emotion at the very least. Okay. The possibility is here. What I feel here and this is the energy that's coming through, is there's a little bit of uncertainty. Okay, it's like, yeah, I'm opening the opportunity, but I don't know if you know what you would want if I were to give you that possibility, or if I were to give you that chance, you know? Because here with all these maps, it's like, I want to explore that, but I'm not sure on how, either where it would lead, or I'm not sure if you are on the same page of the things that I am looking for in the long run, okay, with all these maps. So let's see. But is the interest peaked here? Yes. Are they more open and receptive? Yes. That's how it's coming through. Is there a little bit of like uncertainty? Yeah. But it's more about where it would go or how it would develop. But let's see. Yeah, you see, I told you, the peak of interest, there's attraction here. There is attraction. This person, if it started as very nonchalant and casual, this person is catching feelings. This person's mind, or, you know, like I said, more open to the possibility of unlocking something here potentially. Okay. Now, seduction says attraction, teasing, hooking up, third party, or temptation. Okay. Now, this is the possible. Well, I'm not going to take out the other one yet, but this is what I'm feeling here. There could be a little bit of a misconception here. Okay. The Madison may be very much interested in you. Like I said, there's attraction, there's a sense of fondness, especially if it started off as friends, or if it started very casual. There could be more things opening up, right, in regards to this person's emotions. However, there's this feeling like, and I don't know why, but I'm just gonna channel it, where Madison may be like, I don't know if you are just like interested in many people, or there's this kind of hesitation on like, do you have situations in the back burner, like, is there, like, are you a player? Okay, are you just interested in different people? Because I don't know, but maybe you give off the energy of being a flirt, right? I don't know, but I'm just channeling. Okay, maybe you're very good looking. Maybe you give off the energy of being a flirt. Maybe you're really a nice guy, you're friendly. Maybe that friendliness, this person sees it as you being a flirt, or you attracting a lot of energy here from other people that may want to also date you, go out with you, be connected to you, or whatever. So there's a little bit of like this energy here where it's like, yeah, I'm really interested, or there's a possibility here of opening up that door of interest. But, you know, is Ed in other partnerships or other connections? Is this just something that, we're just flirting with each other? And, is someone here may want something a little bit more solid, and the other person may not be showing that type of solid because they're kind of looking at something from a very superficial way. Okay. So there could be a little bit of like, well, I don't know if, Ed is a social butterfly. I don't know if Ed is just a person who likes to flirt with a lot of women. I don't know if Ed is just like, he goes out on multiple dates, is always hanging around very attractive people, or is always, like there's that kind of energy that I'm getting here. But I'm also, like I said before, there's attraction. So this person is attracted. Yeah, you see, snake, is there another party involved? Is there something happening behind the scenes? Okay. Is there competition? Like, I can't make this up. That's exactly what I was feeling. Is there, is Ed, saying, not, giving compliments, not just to me, but to everyone. Maybe there are some rumors behind the scenes. Okay. Maybe there's this kind of persona that you have about being a ladies' man. Okay. Maybe you have the rumor or the persona of, giving flirty vibes to a lot of women and just seeing who decides to come towards you. Okay. So if that's the energy that you're giving off, then that may be here the hesitancy here of, well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm interested. Yeah, I really have this attraction towards him, but there's a lot of competition, whether it's that you seek out the competition by being a quote unquote ladies' man, flirting, okay? But whatever it is, this person is like, I don't know if I trust Ed in that way where I can really fully put down my guard and really explore this connection the way that I would like to explore it, because this person may feel there are other people here. Now, whether it's true or whether it's a perception or whether this is, kind of like the illusion, right? And when I say the illusion, I mean this, right? Like anyone, and listen, I'm not a model or anything, okay? But anyone that would look at my social media, right, and my Instagram, might say, wow, she's very attractive. Like Lexa Tarot is like really attractive. Like, how the heck is this person single? Right? They may start assuming, like, oh, yeah, well, maybe she's single because maybe she just dates a lot of people. Maybe there's just a lot of people that, she's interested or that she gives, you know what I mean? They could have a whole bunch of, misconceptions about me just because I'm attractive and I'm intelligent. And maybe it may not be true, but it's someone's perception. You see? So, you walk into a room and there are a lot of people who find you very much attractive. This person here may say, yeah, I'm attracted to him too, but I don't know. This person it's coming across as a player, even if you may not be a player. Okay. So that is the energy that I'm picking up in regards to Madison towards you. Okay. Now, let's go a little bit deeper. Give me 1 second here. Wait, hold on, Ace. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Sorry about that pause. Let's see what's coming through. What is possibly going on with Madison? What is possibly going on with Madison? Confused, you see? There's attraction. I'm attracted, I'm interested, I'm open, but I'm confused. And what's confusing is this energy. And I said this before. Remember when I was channeling messages here? This is just giving me validation confirmation because it says, look, third party. there's a bit of confusion here. There's a bit of, if I move forward or move towards exploring a possibility here with Ed, or telling Ed that, or giving into this kind of flirty allure type of energy here. There's this energy here of like, well, is he going to take me seriously? Am I really going to be enough to maintain Ed's interest? Because there's, again, this energy of other people or other energies, or he's a flirt, or he likes to, DM people, or what if, things like that is what I'm getting. He'll text anybody as long as they, he'll say something and he'll see if you're interested. Like, there's an illusion here. There's something here that either you do or you say that comes across as a player type of energy. And so this person is confused. You're like, well, is Ed serious or not serious? So there's something here that's not clear. This person is willing to put the effort. They're willing to put the effort into growing something here with you. Because like I said, there's attraction. Okay, there's an attraction, there's chemistry. Okay, you've piqued this person's interest, but she's not sure about, is this persona, or is this habit of you flirting with other women something that she needs to be worried about, or it at least throws the sense of confusion here, right? Because all this energy that you have, because remember, always when I do readings for you, there's a lot of fire coming through. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. So you may just be naturally charismatic, but by you, on top of being naturally charismatic, flirting with people, then what happens is the person who's really serious about wanting to explore something with you, you may come across as not as serious because of that flirty nature. So no one wants to go into a connection knowing that, listen, this is the type of person who's going to DM some woman behind my back. This is a person who, yeah, they're going to be going out with me, or they're going to be talking with me. But as soon as they get on Instagram or on Facebook or on social media, they're very quick to send a flirty type of message. And so then that kind of brings this person into this reality of like, I'm confused. I don't know. I know that I like Ed. I know that I'm open to be willing to have that possibility of exploring it. I'm willing to put in the effort, but I don't know about him and his intentions and or his habits. Okay? So that is what's coming through for you. I mean, not for you, but for Madison. Okay? Let's see what else is coming through here in regards to Madison. So there's a little bit of this, yeah, I'm interested, but I don't know, and maybe there was already some type of intermingling connection between the both of you, right? Maybe there was already a passionate connection, but you're like, I don't know what she's thinking, because there's this hot and cold, or I don't know what's going on. This is what is feeling here, like what's going on, possibly behind the scenes. Okay. And and listen, I don't know if this is the case or not. I'm not here to, I'm not judging, I'm just channeling. But no one wants to ever feel like they want to continue to explore a connection if the person has a very bad habit of being a flirt. You know what I mean? Like there's a part of that where if you're doing that in front of me, what in God's name could you be doing on social media? Now when it's very easily for people to just, you know, exchange messages, you know, and create this, you know, having 10,000 quote unquote connections on social media. You know what I mean? So let's see what's going on here with Madison. What is possibly going on here with Madison? So I kind of understand both ways of this energy. We have here, look at that. Benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt. Give your relationship a chance. I told you, I'm telling you, this person wants to give this a full chance, whether it's a chance again or whether there's a chance of exploring something more. There is a desire here for that. But there's something about your character, your, you know, persona, what you may be showing off to the world, what you may be doing behind the scenes. You know, you might think that, oh yeah, nobody knows that I like to flirt with women on social media by sending them DMs, you know. And you know what? This person may know. You don't know if this person is, you know, a psychic or medium or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know. So you may think, oh, yeah, well, this is something I do just for fun. I don't really mean it. It's just like whatever. And this person may be like, yeah, okay, I know what this person is about. So there is this energy here of Madison wanting to give you the benefit of the doubt. But there's something here that may have even occurred already where it's bringing up some type of kind of like be careful type of energy here. And it could also be other people who again may have already had that experience with you that may be sharing that type of, you know, talk or chat behind the scenes. Okay. So you have benefit of the doubt. This person may have real feelings. So Madison may have real genuine feelings towards you. But again, there's this energy here of, well, I don't know, because of either something that was done, something that was said, something that wasn't done, something that wasn't said, or some type of persona that is being shown here in some way, shape, or form. So there is this sense of hesitation, there's this sense of confusion, there's this sense of, you know, and let's just say here, Madison already did go out with you, and there was already an exchange. And, you know, oh, well, I just caught you texting someone else. Now is this kind of, I don't know, are you just being sneaky? Maybe you want another chance with this person. Maybe this person is like, yeah, I'd be willing to give it if it wasn't because, whatever. So again, there are many multiple scenarios here, but at the end of the day, you have someone who very much is interested, very much would like to continue, either to continue to explore, but isn't because of something that may have happened that seemed a little dubious, or someone that really hasn't moved in that direction yet, but would like to. But again, there's a confusion of that. Okay. What will Ed do if I do give him another chance, or if I go and explore the possibility of the connection or this passion that we have for each other? Okay. All right, let's see what else is coming through. Give me more. What is possibly going on with Madison? What is possibly going on with Madison in regards to Ed? Yeah, there you go. I'm not surprised it's here. Here we go. Fire. There's a lot of passion. And this tells me there could have also been an encounter already with this person in the past. Okay. There you go. Ding, 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 ding. optimism and aggression. Okay. Very open to a possibility, very pissed off when there's certain things here that are shown that are not consistent, or showing too much of a flirty kind of other people. I'm open to other possibilities type of energy. Okay. Next, the high lord of gratitude and service. She finds you to be a person who is nice, who's generous. Like, you have good qualities about you. You seem to be like a good person. You'd be the type of person who will take the shirt off your back to give it to someone else. So there is this beautiful tenderness here that she may think of you. So she does think of you in a high regard. It's just that something here may have shown itself in a different way. So the High Lord of Gratitude says selflessness, humility. You do good, you get good. Okay. Now, what I'm getting here with humility is that, yes, there's a part of you that maybe you are super duper good looking. Maybe you can really be with anyone you choose. Maybe, you got it like that. Maybe you got your looks are like that, or your intelligence or your charisma. As I've always said, as a fire sign, okay, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, you may have that natural charisma, but here's the other thing. Are you allowing yourself to also be humble and not be egotistical and so kind of confident on, like, I have to be the, the star of the room? Okay. So there could also be that dynamic here that, again, not you, that she may perceive or see. Okay. That may be causing a little bit of confusion. Okay. Last but not least, the Lady of the Gift. Generosity. I told you, this person feels like, Madison feels like you're a generous person, you're a giving person, you're a nice person. Okay. But are you too generous, too kind, too flirty, too giving, that it gives the impression, a different type of impression? Okay. Withholding. Okay. Kind of like, can we reel that back a little bit? Yes, fire is positive. Fire can be used to cook. It could be used to warm things up. It could be used for light. But fire, if not controlled or managed properly, can get out of control and can create a sense here of more damage than good. Okay? So that is what's coming through here in regards to Madison. Now, let's take a look at one more, and then we're going to close the reading. All right, so let's see what speed is Madison here. What's going on? What is possibly going on here with Madison in regards to the speed of wanting to open something, potentially open or reopen or give a second chance to something here connected to Ed? What possibility here is coming through in regards to this person's, energy towards, or possibility here? Let's see. The rate of, the speed of, let's see. What speed is Madison coming towards? Speed. Desert passage. Trust there's a divine timing. Trust that there's a divine plan. Okay. This person feels like they're just kind of gonna let the chips fall where they may. I feel that there's this energy here of like, well, the ball is in his court. If he wants to show me what he needs to show me, then he needs to show me the effort. Okay. If he doesn't want me to doubt, then he needs to put in the effort on making me feel like I don't have to doubt certain things or be confused about something. So this person feels like they're kind of like, just like at the crossroads. Like, okay, I'm interested, where I stand. What are you going to do about it? Or how are you going to make me feel more secure about something that's going on here, or that could potentially, what certainty can you give me so that I don't doubt the way that I've been doubting, or that I give you the benefit of the doubt? Because remember, she has the benefit of the doubt here. Okay. So there you go. That being said, let's take a look here at a message for you. Now, what's interesting is I'm being called to use the other deck, the deck that I haven't been using, but let's see why. Okay. All right, last and final, Ed. I hope that these messages have given you some type of clarity. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up, like, share, and continue to subscribe. I want to thank you for coming out and for being here, of course, and of course for your generosity. I hope this has given you some type of clarity. I still have 2 more decks. I have this one, I have another one, so don't go anywhere. But let's see. This advice is for you. What is the advice here for Ed? Trust the journey. Okay? Trust the journey. You're going to have to take a leap forward at some point here if that is what you are wanting to do. Okay? It says here clarity, patience, momentum, insight, happiness, progress, self discovery, unconditional love. It's time to turn your long held ideas into action. Soon you'll connect with the right person, encounter favorable circumstances, and access the necessary resources. As a result, you'll be experiencing joy and new opportunities. Trust the journey and have faith in the process. So, both of you are in the let's see what unfolds. Okay. So, that's the energy that I'm picking up. Let's take a look at the last and final deck here. And this is what mindset you need to have in order to maximize here some sort of blessing in this potential energy here with Madison. Okay. So last but not least, intuitive friends, I want to thank each and every one of you for your love, your support, and your loyalty to the channel. Look at that. I'm able to create positive changes in my life. So there could be here a sense of realization here that it's not always somebody else. It's not like, oh, I'm, how can I explain the energy that I'm picking up? I'm able to create positive changes in my life. There may be some things you've been very fixed on, like, oh, I don't need to do this or I don't need to do that. And again, that may be a little bit of pride. So, as I mentioned here with humility, there may be here this opportunity for you to assess or reassess, okay, in your journey here. Say to yourself, yeah, you know what? If it was me, I would understand why someone would feel that way or see it in that way. Okay. So, pretty much the onus is on you to either show or explain or put an effort to kind of give the clarity that may be needed here. Okay. Another one you have here is I am in control of my emotions. Okay, so you are in control of your emotions. You are in control of this, nature that you may feel like. Well, I'm like that. I'm just like flirty by nature. Okay, yeah, you may be flirty by nature, and some people it's not an issue. But for some people it might be. So that's something that you need to kind of assess and address. Like, how can I still be me? How can I still be authentically myself, but also make sure that I give the reassurance of the person that I'm with in a connection, or someone that I'm exploring a connection with, that, even though I just happen to be a very charismatic person, that doesn't mean that I'm going to be unfaithful, or that doesn't mean that at the first opportunity that I get, I'm going to continue, or you either continue or DM people in general behind the scenes. You see? So that is where that you're in control of the narrative that you present by the actions that you're willing to either change or recalibrate from. Okay? That being said, Ed, I want to thank you so much for your love, your loyalty, and support. I hope that these messages have been insightful. Intuitive friends, for all of those of you who took part into today's reading, I want to say thank you. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, turn on your notification bell and all alerts, because I also do free channeled readings. All right, intuitive friends, take care. Have a good night. Have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be watching. And I'll see you soon. Bye bye.